Everyone's doing well today. Right, let's begin. We're just going to look at some trophies, obviously. I've been away for a few days. I think it's been 4 days now, is it? 5. That's right. I had some drama going on last week. I couldn't stream. Fucking sick of that happening, to be honest. But oh well. Anyway, we made it through, so here we are. I did not get any Yakuza done at all. I worked on my old account, funny enough, for a little bit, because I could do that a lot of AFK. We're going this way first. I think they haven't updated for a little bit. Let's have a look. Hey, Leaf. How you doing, fam? Hope your pizza was good. I'm alright, fam. Surviving. Oh, nice. Pizza was delicious. Might make some coffee soon. Hell yeah, fam. Not gonna lie, I actually fuck with the combo of cheese and coffee sometimes. It works really well, depending on the cheese. I don't combo them together completely, but I can eat cheese while drinking coffee. Hello, Minx. Oh. I am not here. You're right there, though, Leaf. You're right there. Ooh, trophy.
Thank you for that lack, Wolfie. We'll miss you.
I am a stranger.
We'll miss Wolfie. Wolfie is suffering. Trophy. Did you really? Did you? Oh my god, I did hear the sound. What the fuck? Did you just like...
I got a trophy.
I kind of had a bling in the background and I didn't click what it was. I'm so confused. You're not even playing a game. How did you get a trophy? I'm really confused. Stop it. Oh no, it was Koi's bling that I heard. Oh my god, I'm so blonde. I'm so...
Sorry, guys. Just fucking with Queen Minx. Queen popped a trophy. What's the drink of choice today? I'm just drinking some Diet Coke today. I'm feeling a bit average since the weekend. It was my sister's engagement on Saturday and drank a little bit too much. I'm not like too terrible, but I've been under the weather recently, so. You don't like Pepsi? I love Pepsi. My missus likes Coke. So I drink Coke. Because it's cheaper to just get one type. But I like Pepsi Max more. Coke is way better than Pepsi. Nah. I still drink both. Like, I don't mind both, but yeah. Oh my god. Rock Protector's nearly got half the plat done. The fuck? Like the Titanic. Well, it's just quests, is it? Damn, why more people not done this? I heard a lot of people really like this game. You always have a case of Coke Zero. I like Coke Zero as well. You'd have like something like that lying around, I reckon. It always helps. This is a brutal plat. Fucking hell. Is this like a 7? Seven out of 10, 25 hours, split second. Service must be going down for this game. Is that why they're doing it? How'd they go with the multiplayer on this, actually? What was that? Yeah, it's just a lid. I'll push it down further later. Hang on. Just let me stop. Sorry, guys. My bin nearly fell over just then, so I was just checking on it. It's like windy as fuck outside today. Two months to do banishes, though, hey? That game looked interesting, but my lord, did it look fucking painful at the same time to do. Honestly, respect for Rock Protector doing it, honestly. I think Dig has probably still got their account hidden. Swiss. Hey, Grave. How you doing, fam? How you doing today? Let's have a look here. It's killing me. Oh yeah, nice. Request got a fair bit actually. Feel sleepy even though I slept 8 hours. I feel that. I feel like when I sleep more, I actually feel worse. Funny enough. What have you been up to, fam? Have you been playing anything recently? Hey Jesse, how you doing, fam? Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're well. All right, Infinite Warfare, nice. Good, good. About to get a burger and a shake. Gonna be elite. Oh, hell yeah, fam. I think I know where you're going, but yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Man, I don't get shakes very often anymore, but holy lord, bro. Those bad boys always go down well. Broadside. What kind of shake are you getting there? That's the question. One of those days. Fuck yeah, dude. It's a nice day, actually. It's just windy as fuck. Need that dopamine hit. I feel that. Sometimes you do, hey. Been a few times where, like, I've been at work and, like, I've just checked, like, the KFC specials real quick, and sometimes they have, like, the 10 wicked wings for, like, $9, and I go grab those bad boys straight away. Chocolate or Oreo? Nice. Fuck yeah, dude. I love a bit of Oreo shake, to be fair.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Thank you for the Amore there. Was watching Street Valley, see my stream yesterday, it was so chill. Stardew. And also saw Squeesha playing the Midnight Walkers, sounds good. The Midnight Walkers, yeah, I saw that. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of multiplayer games dropping at the moment that I've not heard a fucking glimpse of. Either they just don't fucking care, or... I'm not sure anymore. Oh, this one dropped ages ago, though, but that's what I mean, though. Like, I don't remember this dropping. I remember, like, seeing things about it. Damn. Fam. How you doing today, Retro? No, whoa, whoa, I'm done. I mean, finally, someone to watch. How you doing today, fam? Gonna get food. Sounds good, dude. Thank you for the 30 stream streak too, fam. Holy shit. Appreciate that. Just finished the case of Twisted Teas, bro. That sounds lit. How you feeling? I got class in the AM. I am cooked. Just keep going, bro. Keep going. Just keep going. Tokoman. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. You convinced me I'm drinking the rest of this, Jack. Not the peer pressure. Just trying to help you, fam. Just trying to help you. You won't regret it. Oh, what a banger, too, to come on while you're here. What are the chances of that? Yo, thank you so much for the follow there, Doggone Gaming. Hope you're doing well today. Blast it, right? I'll turn it up a little bit for you. Just this one song. I gotta do something real quick anyway. Sorry about that. Tell you what, Shay Shay is absolutely clapping through games right now. It's insane. Some tough ones too. Oh, nice. Rosmana got done. The OG account. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Hello, Spicy. How you doing today, fam? Can't believe Golem's an ultra rare, dude. Game is broken as fuck, to be fair. Probably just gonna pill for a bit. It's just sold my stream deck, though. Oh, I did the same thing, actually. I think we were talking about that, weren't we? I sold that over Christmas. They're useful, but they're not that useful, you know.
Baka.
Yo, Shrinkle, how's it going, fam? Hope you're doing well today. Appreciate it. Hope the Dark Tide's going well. I was a mess last night. It's probably only useful for an actual production environment. Yeah, I think like controlling multiple things. I agree. Doing alright. How about you, miss? I'm not too bad, fam. Just vibing out. Start hunting soon. I want to do this game. Desperately. Apologies that was so loud. I had to put it on for Retro. Retro loves that shit. Great song there. I'd go crazy if I play that game, I think. I didn't mind it when I played it last year. It wasn't the worst game in the world. It had some problems, but it's not the worst game in the world. A deathless run is going to be rough because you got to be careful. Because there's a lot of glitches that'll ruin the run. Really should do Unity. Very rare for an Assassin's Creed. Plat's wild. And Black Flag. I don't really like Black Flag enough though. I need to do Jurassic World Evolution 2 actually. Need to get back to that. Did you make any progress on the weekend on your Kids Like a Dragon, Spicy? Or like a lot, or I know you got a bit further in. Like a what? Like a dragon? Decent amount. I think I'm going to continue side quests. So fair enough. Fair enough. I think I'll do mainly story on stream, and then move my way through into the side content off stream. I reckon. Just looking through my old games right now. You start looking at some online stuff on some of these games. They're starting to worry me a little bit. The side quest is a good watch. I've heard the side content's good on Like a Dragon. Holy shit, Black Ops 3 went down to a 0.8. Beefs. Like a fall. Right off the bat, campaign mode, slow grindathon. $25 my ass. Would be way harder, I reckon. 1.8 for this is wild. What's the hard? Is it online? Is that what it is? Plays first an online playlist, match with 11 human opponents. Holy shit, dude. Ha! Holy man. You'd have to boost the crap out of this game. Why is Uncharted so, like, rare, though? With the DLC. Earn 3 stars on all survival stages and crushing setting. Holy shit, fuck that. 2.5's wild, bro. It must be fucking crazy, is it? I've never seen this before. Oh, it's a 70 hours. Oh, it's a microtransaction DLC. 20 hours for driver. Is this online as well, is it? Yeah, online. This one here, I think the DLC for this isn't possible anymore. Because the packs aren't... Oh no, never mind. No, I reckon they removed the Ninja Turtles, so this isn't possible anymore. I'm pretty sure. I reached level 20 for all characters. Bruh, fuck that. I love. Brains faded. Ah, shit. Injustice. God, I love Injustice too, but I don't think there's any amount of love that could make me want to do that platinum. It would definitely take me like maybe 3 to 4 people to be doing it with me, I reckon. Alright. Let us go back to it, guys. More Yakuza. I just want to check everyone's trophy list as well. I did update Spicy's a few times to see is the PS5 in the hands of the legend, but no. No. Doesn't exist. What do you mean it doesn't exist? The PS5? It does exist. The One Piece. The One Piece. What's for dinner tonight, Spicy? What are you having, fam? We had tortellini. Tortellini. Sega. I'm actually just so excited to play this game again, to be honest. Holy shit, this game's so fucking loud, dude. Did it reset my settings on me? Oh, that's right, you can't adjust it. If it gets too loud, let me know, guys. Please. Turn it down. It's got like this weird thing where you can't change the volume. Nothing too fancy. I'm saving up even I'm not really buying anything. You're saving up, you're not buying anything. You just, happen to sell the capture card. Not the capture card, the Steam Deck. When's Neo 3 drop? Is that tomorrow? Neo 3? I'm not gonna lie, dude. It'll actually look fucking. If you do end up doing it, it'll look so sexy. I didn't want to like say anything, but I was like, just pointing it out. I was like, oh, bro, it would look so good on the account. Like just that huge thing, like that. Yeah, that drop back. 6 is it? Oh yeah, cool. The 6, yeah, awesome. Like 4 or 5 days. Yeah, because it would look awesome. That massive gap, and it's just you coming back. The king has returned. They said they were going to drop Neo 3, so here I am. The game feels really different though. I remember someone's doing like an alpha version playing it and said it felt good though. Did you enjoy it or not? I remember Squiggles having a really hard time with the game. Oh, I need to get that. Fucking hell. When's that on sale till? Oh, I'm not gonna be able to afford that. I need to get. Oh, I need to get this too. Shit. I didn't see that. Oh, I legit need to like. Fucking hell. I legit need to buy like $20 worth of DLC here. Oh, like 40 actually. Because fucking Tsushima's on sale too. Bugger. Bugger. I need those for trophies, all those DLCs. I'll have to be patient for next time. Not sure. I was playing with Astral and it was easy since aggro is being split between two people. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, so you're playing like the actual, like, the multiplayer it too. It sounds cool. Multiplayer's good. I think that'll definitely be a big selling point for it, hey. Especially if it's good. The fuck out of here. Come on, boy! Yeah! Yo, sha! Where are you level grinding at the moment, Spicy, if you hit a spot where you're like stuck? Capitalist Punisher. I'll need to do like some grinding mid game, I reckon. But I'll need to try find like a dungeon. Can you go to the end dungeon straight away, Spicy? Have you tried yet? I wonder if you stay just to the bottom levels, but I wonder if that's the best way to level grind in this.
足立さんどこだここで待ち合わせっつったのによ
とにかくあの事業は今すぐ売却するんだよえもったいないいつも言ってるだろうビジネスと女性はキャッチ&リリースだ綺麗に磨き上げて最高の輝きを持った
Do you know a dungeon? But I'm not sure if I'm thinking about the same
だ
thing.
から価値が増すのさんオフィスに戻れだってオーマイガー何のために君らに高い給料を払ってると
The
思
end
ってんだい
dungeon's called the Millennium
僕
Tower.
のナイトライフに仕事してる暇なんてないんだよやれやれ
よ
Yada yada.
忙しそうなそこのあんた
What?
この辺でガタイのいいおっさん見なかったか
ガタイのいいおっさん Sorry 僕の目には綺麗なレディーしか見えないんだよ
おっとそうかい
待ち合わせかな相手に電話してみるといい
あそういや足立さんにスマホもらってたなちょっと待てよ電話のかけ方どうやんだ
おや慣れてないようだね貸してみな
Holy shit, this sounds intense. So the final dungeon, from what I can see, this is like a warning basically for the final dungeon, Spicy. I didn't know there was more than one dungeon. That's good to know. Keep that in mind. But it basically says, out of all the trophies in the game, this will make or break your experience. You will not only need to be fully prepared for this tower this time around, but need to have the knowledge and experience from the final tower that you're in to pull it off. Holy shit. You need to fully level your characters in both levels and your chosen job. And even then it's hard? Holy fuck, dude. So some tricks that might be helpful. What the fuck, dude? Level 99 party, level 99 job level as well. And level your other jobs as well. Fucking hell, dude. There's so many enemies too. I'm looking at them now. Fucking hell, dude. Alright, well, I'll... Okay, fuck. Righto. Wait, pick up guy, is it all good? I'm definitely not prepared. I feel that.
いいのか？
なーに、お安いご用さ。
おお、こら見つけたで。もう逃がさんぞこら。
近江連合。くそ、こんな時に。あ？
あれ、日光型。どない落とし前つける気や。
Who are you? どちらさん？
じゃあ戻れ。わしらに不良物件売りつけてやる。
ああ、さてはこの間の薬剤屋さん。我が社からガールズバーの営業権をお買い上げいただいた。
あの店絶対儲からんやんけ。どない落とし前つける気や。
おかしいな。僕が経営してた頃は毎月繁盛してたんだけどね。
アホ抜かせ。毎日大赤や。モナコはどんどん辞めるし客も入らん。電気代も払えんわ。
そこは君たちがもっと営業努力をしないと。
なんやと？もともと不良物件やったんちゃうんかい。倍額で買い取れや。
わお、ナイスジョーク。
もうそれ近江連合なめとるか。
待てよ。
なんや。
この人は俺にスマホの使い方を教えてくれるとこだったんだ。用があんなら列に並びね。
なんやと？
待ってください。こいつ赤スーツのもじゃもじゃ頭や。
あ？
ほら、兄貴たちが言うてましたや。登場界の残党がおったって。それが赤スーツのもじゃもじゃ頭。
この野郎、もじゃもじゃもじゃもじゃ言いやがって。
君もなかなかトラブルメーカーみたいだね。
あんたニック大型だったか？危ねえからちょっと下がってな。
ここは任せちゃっていいのかい？
ああ、そん代わり片付いたらスマホの使い方を教えてくれ。
オーケー。
こっちぐちゃ抜かしよっていてまうとこら。
Gotta destroy them!
秒で終わらせたらやってやるぜ。俺の番だな。どうしたんや。これや。これや。よし、見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
Ooh, okay, damn.
俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。これや。
Stare down.
見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
The fuck out of here.
大勝利ってか。
Nice. GG.
ああ、痛そう。
で、本当のとこ、こいつらに言ったのは不良物件だったのか？
まさか。月数百万円は売り上げてたんだ。ガールズバーにしては有料物件さ。
そいつをなんでこんな連中に売ったんだよ。
あんまりしつこくみかじめを要求してくるもんでね。何度も断ったのに。
そない楽に稼いどったら月10万くらいええやっけ。
だから僕は言ってやったんだよ。そんなに楽そうなら自分たちで経営してみたら。
そんでこいつらに店を売ったってのか？
イエス。さっきこいつら言ってたろ。月10万円くらいって。僕はいくつもビジネスを手掛けてて毎月何億って金を転がしてる。しかしそれができるのは月に10万稼ぐことがどれだけ大変かを心得てるからさ。
なるほど。だからこいつらにも10万円の重みを味わわせようと。
そういうこと。案の定彼らはその重みを思い知らされたようだね。ビジネスってのは女性と一緒さ。追いかける一方じゃ相手は逃げていく。要は駆け引きと愛情だが、それを続けるには努力が必要だ。どうだい？まだあの店を続けるかい？
もうゴリゴリや。あんな店持っとるだけで借金が増える。
なら僕が買い戻そう。ただし君らが買った時の半額でだ。
くそ そうか、それでもほんのじゃ。
ところで君、名前は？
春日だ。春日一番。
一番。へえ、ナンバーワンってことかな。は、僕はニック・尾形だ。今回は助けられたね。感謝する。
おお。で、それはそうとさ。
スマホの使い方だろ。もちろん忘れちゃいないよ。じゃあ早速教えよう。一番のスマホを出してごらん。
おお、これでなんとか使えそうな気がするぜ。サンキュー、ニック。
どういたしまして。よかったらこれも何かの縁だ。時々メールを送らせてもらってもいいかい？これからはメル友だ。
なあ、まあいいんだけどよ。俺はちょっと訳ありだぜ。今日無償出てきたばかりだい。
はは、ノープロブレム。そんなの僕は気にしない。
Righto.
一応言っとくと、罪状は殺した。
おっと、そうなのかい？それはまた。随分とバカ正直な男だね、君は。ますます気に入ったよ。
Hey, Sophie.
そうか。
How you doing,
大
friend?
丈夫、安心していいよ。僕の周りにはいろんな経歴の人間が山ほどいるんだね。君よりもよほどうさんくさい友人だって一人や二人じゃない。
ちなみに言っとくが、俺の周りにはあんたほどうさんくさいやつはいないな。
これはご挨拶だね。一番に一本取られたよ。
おう、
じゃあまたな、一番。
無理に連絡くれなくてもいいんだぜ。
Working. All good, fam. You enjoy?
悪いが意地でもメールさせてもらうよ。
おい春日、なんだよ今のあいつは。
俺の初めてのメル友だよ、足立さん。
あ？
そっちは今までどこ行ってたんだよ。ここで待ち合わせっつったのはあんただろ。
いやちょっと腹ごしらえと思って牛丼屋にな。で久々に特盛り頼んだら食うのに時間かかっちまってよ。俺も年だね。
ったく。
お前の方はどうなんだ。これから近江の会合に潜り込むんだぜ。しっかり準備できてんだろうな。
Right, cool. Let's get this bread. I remember this being hard last time, actually.
おい、
Hey, give me a little more time. Can I? Gee, think I'll go get some. Oh, we should be okay. I was gonna get some items, but I think we're gonna be okay.
おう。
So, how do you plan on getting into this restaurant?
おう。
This. Goddamn, look at those kicks, bro. Hey, get the other side, would you?
マジ
For
か。
real? For real? There.
Oh?
Huh? You're coming too?
Ah.
Of course. You're not the only one who wants to talk to Arakawa. I need to find out his connection to the Gishus and get the proof. That's the whole reason I teamed up with you. You're nearing retirement, aren't you? You sure you should be pushing yourself so hard? Hey, who do you think you're talking to? Who found out where Arakawa was? You? Is this really the time to argue? If we don't have each other's backs, we're both going to end up dead. I helped you, now I'm asking to do the same, return the favor? Come on. Damn it. Fine. Koichi Adachi.
なあ、
Why does an old geezer whose issues drives license got it out for the head of the Tokyo PD anyway? You really want to know? Well, if we're going to trust each other, then it's all got to be out in the open. You're first. Who killed Suzumori? I did.
おい、
All out in the open now. Come on, let's go. Damn it. Yeah. Yeah. This is an interesting dungeon.
本当にこんなところから行けるのかよ。
あのビルに繋がってるはずだ。ただ変な奴らも住み着いてるから気をつけろよ。
Hey guys.
何見てんだろ。手加減しねえぜ。
One bug.
よし、行くぞ。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。ほら、来いよ。
どうするかね。
やってやるんだよ。空気をくらえ。
Oh, okay.
どうした？してみろ。あれ。俺の番だな。
俺の番か。
Yeah. Did more damage just hitting him actually.
そうだな。
Mysterious mushroom.
おい、おい、
後悔するな。
放射しねえぞ。よし、行くぞ。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
これでかかってこいよ。
どうするかね。
行くぜ。やめんなよ。
行くぞ。
暗いな。
It's gonna take me a while to get timing down, I think.
終わりだ。
俺の番か。
本気出せよ。よし、ほら。じゃあ、こ
Come on, bruh.
れ。どっからでもかかって
Skips around like a jackass.
俺の番だな。
Nice.
大勝利ってか。おっと。おい、てめえ。
Ooh, a lot of enemies in here, though.
頭勝ち割るぞ、これ。やってやるぜ。よし、行くぞ。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。俺の番か。してみろ。俺の番だ。
どうするかね。
Fuck yeah, dude. It's all about timing sometimes with these two, and then luck, I guess, for them to fall over like that. Pretty wild. Hang on. What the hell? What is that? A briefcase. A hardball. Well, the mission's that way, but what's this way? Hang on, let's beat these guys up, and then we'll come back. What we'll do.
よし、行くぞ。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
俺の番か。
ほら来いよ。やってやろう。
There we go.
じゃあこれ。行くぞ。やめんなよ。
とっておき見せちゃうよ。
俺の番だ。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
どうするかね。
Nice.
行くぜ。
That's rude, isn't it? Holy shit.
俺の番か。
してみろ。
どうしてやろうか。
Suspicious behavior.
どうすっかな。ほら。
どうする。
Nice.
ギリギリってとこか。
A bit rough, that one.
強くなった気がするぜ。
When that happens, okay, cool. So it's a reset of the health every time we level up. Hey, big fan of that. I think it's Persona. No, what game is it that I really like when you level up? Oh, Ni no Kuni 2 is really good for that. Sometimes strategically, I would end up trying to be like really close to fully leveling up, and then enter a boss battle. So halfway through the battle, I would get I'd get the health and MP.
俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。くらえ。
俺の番か。
君 雑魚じゃねえどうしてやるけ
He's running away.
どうするかね。
Nice.
まだ成長できるとはな。
So, have we got gear yet? No. It doesn't look like it. You know what? The save is a really good point, actually. Does it auto-save this game? Oh, I did not know that. Cool. It's a circle, wasn't it?
俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。やってみろ。ほら来いよ。俺の番か。これで。ほら。
Okay, damn, it's hard to time that though. Not gonna lie.
どうするかね。
Nice.
俺の番だな。
俺の番か。
行くぜ。もう許さねえ。ざけんなよ。ほら来いよ。これで頼んどけ。よし、行くぞ。
どうするかね。
Hell yeah, bruh. The 1-2. But yeah, that's definitely where the mission is, hey. Yeah, cool. There's a save point and heals. I'll go back here real quick and beat the crap out of these guys.
何見てんだよ。おいてめえ。俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。やんのか。
俺の番か。
やるんなよ。よし、ほら。
どうする。
これで。
There we go, I got that time.
俺の番だな。
俺の番か。
Nice. Still stunned? Damn it. Yeah, it's hard to time that though. Nice. It's hard to time that block, but we're getting there. I'm sort of getting an understanding of it. Cool. It's an item there, is it? A hard ball again. Okay. So we'll heal real quick and then we'll save. Nice. There you go. So the whole dungeon is will reset if I die. Hey, that sucks. I'm quickly just gonna go take my bins out real quick and get some water, guys, because I'm struggling a bit. I'll be 2 seconds. Oh, I might get some ginger beer actually.
Where are you?
God. Dying. Sorry, I didn't mean to go into the mic. Holy shit.
腰が張るぜ。
What was that? Ginger beer. Oh. How'd you go, Spicy? Hey, Rock Protector. How you going, fam? Ugh. You got the monies? Hell yeah, dude.
腰が張るぜ。
That's the good shit right there. Ugh. How's Chernobyl going? I saw you're a fair way through it already. Yes, yes. Oh. Fun? Hell yeah, fun. Glad.
そんなとこから出てきやがって。おい、侵入者だ。捕まえろ。
しびるんじゃねえぞ。
容赦しねえぞ。
俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
Get the fuck out of here.
番か。
ほら来いよ。おら。行くぞ。おらおら。よし、行くぞ。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
How you doing today, fam?
俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
俺の番か。
なめんなよ。こいつだ。よし、行くぞ。
どうするかね。
Get the fuck out of here.
よし、楽勝だ。
Power. No, no, trophies. Yeah, I saw that too. Just for the online too, I guess. Like some of the story stuff you can do later on if you have to.
おい。
I saw you doing some Far Cry as well.
どうなってんだ。
屋上。 出て様子を見るぞ。
Arcade solo stuff, yeah.
何も言えお前。ぶっ殺してやるよ。やってやるぜ。俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
俺の番か。
どうした。来て。
Ah,
行くぞ。ほら、やってみろ。
interesting. These guys have less defense than the other guys. Just more damage, eh?
楽勝だ。 おう。
Kuska, this way. Shit, they just keep coming. Guess we ought to take a leap of faith. Bruh. Not gonna lie, this is big balls, not gonna lie. Imagine being able to do this and landing on your face, surely. Oh, okay, bro. Nah, that was pretty aura. That was pretty aura. I'll take it back, I'll take it back.
俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。やるのか。
俺の番か。
ほら来いよ。もっと来いや。来いよ。ほら来いよ。これ。これ。やってやる。
Bro, the timing for the blocks is so hard to do, Spicy.
見せてやるよとっておきだ
どうするかね。
なめんなよやってやる俺の番だな
俺の番か。
I guess this is like a boss, is it?
行くぞ
The fuck out of here.
大勝負ってかよっしゃ
Oh, shot.
まだ成長できるとはな。
Kinda got used to it at some point. It's hard to like know when they're about to hit me because the hit point doesn't really show up on the screen.
大丈夫か。
大丈夫だ。あの階段を降りりゃ幹部会の会長だ。
Most attacks are recycled. Oh, that's good to know.
話を聞いてくれ。俺は神奈川県警のもんだ。ここは俺が食い止めておく。お前先に行け。
当たった
早く行け。俺も必ず追いかける。
Damn it, we're so close too. No, not the home. Ooh, French fries. Oh, hang on, not too far there. Binding. Huh?
てめえ何者だ。
すぐに楽にしてやる手加減しねえぜよし行くぞ
Rock swing, eh?
よそ見置きなほらやるのか
Oh, wow, okay.
行くぞ
That's different.
俺の番だな見せてやるよほらこんなもんかよあったまきさなんだってめこれで元通りだ行くぞ
Holy crap, that kick is so annoying.
とっておきだ見せてやるよ
The fuck out of here!
大勝負ってか強くなっ
Damn, that volume peaked like crazy just then for no reason. Can I just go back here and heal, or do they respawn? Oh, I reckon they respawn, do they? Hang on, let's test it. Find out. Yo, Bailey! Here, we have a child! 9 months. What do we name them? What do we name the child? Thank you so much for the 9 months, fan. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well today. Hey, buddy!
沢城の頭。おう、久しぶりだな、イチ。いつ出てきたんだ。
俺の出所なんて気にもしてないでしょ
Maybe we call the child Bacon.
いじけたこと抜かすね。頼りの一つでもくれりゃ、向かいの一人ぐらい出してやってたぜ。特別にな。
近江の大門ぶら下げた人間の出迎えなんていらねえっすよ
KFC?
親父にくっついて近江に寝返ったんさ
寝返る。おいおい、やめてくれよ。このご時世、当たり前の身の振り方をしただけさ。それにしても一、たとえ登場会が残ってたとしても、誰もお前の迎えには行かねえってことぐらいわかるだろう。忘れてねえよな。てめえが絶縁された身だってことをよ。
俺は迎えのことなんて何とも思っちゃいませんよ絶縁のことだって忘れちゃいません
じゃあなんだ、金でもせびりに来たか。
随分な言いようですね
俺が誰の身代わりで18年も臭い飯食ったか分かってんすか？
十分分かってるさ。
Need to move, go to work? No. Stay in bed.
てめえの方だ。
何？
今夜は親父にとって大切な席だ。ことを荒立てて台無しにしたくねえ。自分で決めろ。おとなしく帰るか、ここで殺されるか。
その扉開けて親父に会います。
昔からてめえのふぬけ面見るたびに
He's so lazy right now. I don't want to get up. I
殺して
don't.
や
I
るって思
respect
った
it.
もんだ。
Just do it.
偶
Stay in bed.
然っすね。俺も頭に殴られるたびに同じこと考えてましたよ。
それなら18年越しに叶えるとしようか。お互いの夢をな。
Beat the shit out of him.
文句は言わんでくださいよ。
頭！やってやるぜ。
俺の番だな。とっておきだ。いいぞ、見せてやるよ。行くぜ。
Oh, nice. The cutscenes are sick. Big fan of that.
こんなのはどうだ。死ね。
俺の番だな。
早く来いよ。
とっておきだ。見せてやるよ。行くぞ。とっておきだ。
That was 56, wasn't it? Ooh, the rock throw is a little bit stronger.
俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。してみろ。
俺ならどうだ。
頭の気配が変わった。それにあの構え、警戒した方がいいな。
よし、行くぞ。見せてやるよ。とっておきだ。
Yeah, that's right, motherfucker.
喧嘩も遅えのか。
見せてやるよ。行くぞ。とっておきだ。見せてやるよ。俺の番だな。とっておきだ。見せてやるよ。よし、行くぞ。
Get the fuck out of here! Literally me when I want to punch someone. Get into the fighting stance. I wouldn't mess with the spicy, for real, for real.
覚悟できてんのか。その扉を開けたら二度と引き返せねえ。イチ、お前にその覚悟があんのか。
18年。俺はこの扉開けるために18年我慢したんだ。
He's not there. Oh no, he's there. Never mind.
おやつさん、どなたかね。
これは失敬。私宛ての客人です。やっぱり来たが。やっぱりな。お前だけは裏切らねえな。
おやつさん、聞いてください。どうして。
こんな日にトラブルですかな。
いえ、トラブルではありません。心配なさらず。
おやっさん。
すべては予定通りです。
What the fuck? Brother's gonna pull out the Glock?
すまねえな、イチ。死んでくれ。
Bruh. Rock bottom. Trophy! Trophy! It's number 2 of 63 there, guys. Like I said, I've played this game once before. I don't remember it though. Like, well enough. I'd put out a PS5 and you're gonna be itchy. I'd pull out a PS5. Yeah, the day I'll probably be screaming on stream when it happens. You blew me away. I remember this part, sorta. I think I actually started this game. Now I think about it, I actually played this game on my birthday a few years ago, and I reckon I was drinking because my missus that I was dating at the time went to work, I think, for like 6 hours. And I ended up drinking and playing it. That tattoo was so fucking sick, though. So obviously he's shot and fixed up by the accuser. Oh no, he fixed him up, I forgot. We're fishing rod.
水曜日じゃなくて命拾いしたな。水曜はこの辺生ゴミの回収日だからよ。傷口はまだ完全に塞がっちゃないが、立てんなら問題ねえ。さっさとお家に帰るんだな。
My friend said I look like Nunba.
母ちゃんとか神さ
Nah,
ん
you
と
look
か
like
子供と
Itchy,
か
bro.
誰かは心配してんだろ。俺は迷惑はごめんだ。ああ、そうそう。場所は適当に自分でやってくれ。
あのよ。
おい、あの男はやっぱ死んだか。死んだだろ。
いや、生きてるよ。
なんだよくそ。俺の負けか。悪いけど負け分はつけて頼むよ。
分かったよ。
しかし釣り糸で縫っただけでよく直せるもんだ。さすが元看護師だな。
ああ、この男の生命力あっての結果ってとこだ。
ああ、なんてしぶとい野郎だ。お前が死ぬ方にかけて損したぜ。おとなしく死ねっての。
あ？
なんでその目。じゃあお前が負け分払ってくれんのか。
やめろバカモン。それより今日は久しぶりに大漁だ。あんたも一匹食うか。
お裾分けしてくれんのか。
でもカセットボンベを切らしててな。一本調達してくれたらそれと魚は交換だ。
ああ、マジかよ。仕方ねえ。ちゃっくら探してくるから待っててくれ。
Have you seen the anime Hinamatsu? Spicy by any chance? I'll put it in chat. Hang on. Because I'm probably not pronouncing it properly. Which one? It's this one. It's really good, actually. I highly recommend it. It's a comedy anime. It's about the Yakuza and about the homeless and stuff. It's pretty good. Pretty funny.
あのよ。
どうした？
そのいろいろ聞きてえことが。
We've only done one season, but
とりあえず
you haven't seen it. It's really good.
偉人町だよ。
Similar stuff to this.
偉人町。
偉人町。伊勢崎偉人町。ここは横浜だ。知ってるだろ、横浜。
横浜。なんで俺が横浜に？
そんなの俺は知らねえ。3日前かな。夜中、周りが騒がしいと思ったら、仲間が血まみれのお前さんを担ぎ込んできたんだよ。ゴミ捨て場に捨てられてたっつってな。死んでるかと思ったんだが、気を失ってるだけだった。死にかけちゃいたけどな。
で、あんたが手当てを？
うん。でも見りゃ分かる通り、ここじゃろくな手当てはできねえ。助かったのはあんたがしぶといのと、弾の当たりどころが良かったことだ。弾は心臓をギリギリかわして動脈を傷つけず、背中から抜けてた。軌道がちょっとでもずれてたら、あの世行きだったはずだろ。
そっかい。ありがとね。つまり、あんたは命の恩人。
勘違いすんじゃねえ。ここで死なれちゃ、俺らが困るんだよ。
困る？
殺人事件となりゃ警察が来て、目撃者を探すために、俺らにいろいろ聞きに来るだろう。
かもな。
マスコミもドヤドヤやってきて、俺らにカメラ回してマイク近づけてくるだろう。
かもな。
かもなじゃねえ。バカかお前。いいか？そもそもここに俺らは住んじゃいけねえんだよ。自分で言いたくもねえが、俺らは不法居住者なんだ。
そっか。
しかも住んでる奴らはいろいろと訳ありのもんばっかりだ。カメラだのマイクだの、迷惑どころか命取りになるやつだっているんだ。分かったか？
分かったよ。
いや、とっとと自分の家に帰れ。
自分の家。
すまねえな、イチ。
帰る場所なんてねえんだ、俺にゃ。迷惑はかけねえ。少しの間だけここで休ませてくんねえか？
やだね。
頼む。ちょっとだけ助けると思って。
助ける？まさかお前、俺らが助け合って生きてるとでも思ってんのか？俺たちは奪い合って生きてんだ。俺らの世界ってのはな、コンビニで廃棄された弁当一つを狙って何十人もが群がる世界だ。お前がここにいると、その分誰かの食いぶちが減る。大迷惑なんだよ。さっさと消えろ。
分かった。
めんどくせえな。
Not gonna lie, I really do like the aspect of this game in the fact that, like, he literally goes back to square one. Like, he's literally lost everything. It's probably, like, a realistic way of doing it, like, literally living homeless. And then have to, like, get, like, a normal job to, like, earn money and stuff instead of becoming a Yakuza is such a cool idea. Big fan. Such an interesting take on
傷も
it.
まだ治ってねえし、体力も限界。倒れて当然だ。しょうがねえ。少し休んでけ。
ありがてえ。あんた、なんだかんだでいい人なんだね。
ここで死なれちゃ困るって言ったろ。それだけだ。
そうだったよな。でも、恩に着るぜ。
とはいえ、まずどうしたもんかな。
Mr. Cabaret minigame Yakuza Zero.
何がだ？
That's
俺はお前と長い付き合いをする気はねえ。でもここにいる以上、俺の言うことを聞け。
ああ、わかった。
お前、名前は
一番。春日一番だ。
I do remember this
偽
actually.
名を使うとは意外と用心深いな。
It's probably a fair
こう
reason
い
why
う
they
とこじ
didn't
ゃ
bring
偽
it
名
back.
を
To
使
be
うのは
honest.
普通だ。でもネーミングのセンスがねえな。偽名ならもっと。
本名なんですが。
え、そうなのか。ああ、これは失敬。ああ、じゃあ1番でいいな。
ねえ。で、あんたは
ナンバだ。ナンバ。
It's
偽名
good.
なんだろ。
さて、どっちでしょうか。
興味ねえよ。
そういうこと。ここではそんなのはどうでもいいんだ。ところでお前、少しくらい金持ってんのか。
I thought the newest game they're
一文
bringing
なしだ。
out,
なあ。
the next mainline game, is supposed to be a lot like Accuser's Zero, yeah?
でも今からすぐ金を作ってもらうぞ。稼ぎ方は俺が教えてやる。
なんだよ。いきなり金を
So
稼
maybe
げ
they
って。
bring it back for
こ
you.
こにいたいんだろう。でもそれは俺の一存じゃ決められねえ。村長からの許可がいるんだ。
村長？
ここの秩序を保ってる古参のホームレスだ。村長の許可さえもらえば、まあお前もしばらくここで安静にできる。でもそれにはまず多少の金を稼いでもらうのが一番なんだよ。
So good that they even planned on making a standalone cabaret game, but they cancelled because they don't know how to make a proper story based on it. It's probably fair. It'd be hard to do, wouldn't it?
甘えを許さない男だ。働かない者や怠け者、
They probably had a decent
嘘つき
story
は徹
too,
底的に
but
排除する。そういう人に許可をもらうには
making a Yakuza level is
汗
pretty
水
hard
垂
to
らして
do.
金を稼いででもここにいたいっていう意思表示が大事なんだ。わかるか。
わかった。でもどうやって稼げばいい？
教えるって。夜までに少し稼ごう。ついてこい。
Is this the canned one?
さて、じゃあ始めるとするか。
始めるって何を？
稼ぎ方を教えるって言っただろう。よく見とけ。これが俺たちの稼ぎ方だ。
稼ぎ方ってこ
Hey
かよ
Cheska!
かっこ
What
悪い
is
な
that emote, bro?
かっこいいとか悪いとか言ってられねえんだよ俺たちは。プライドなんか捨てて地べた這う覚悟がねえと生きていけねえぞ。ん？この感触は500円玉。
え、本当か？
ああ、間違いない。今日はついてるぜ。それ。
Nice. That's a beer cap. Unlucky.
なんだくそ。
Lick lick the vending machines to
変な気分を持たせ
find
るんじゃねえん
coins?
だが。
Holy man. The holy grail of flavors.
次はお前がやる番だ。この付近にある自販機一通り回って調べてこい。あとゴミ箱もな。
Long time no see.
金になるものが捨てられるかもしれないからよ。
I'm alright, fam. How you doing today?
俺は先に戻ってるからよ。お前も調べ終わったら戻って
It's
こい。
turn time, Purge! You did all these straight away, didn't you,
あ
Spicy?
まり遠出しないようにしろよ。じゃあな。しっかりやれよ、新入り君。
Yeah, beat all the can collecting courses. It's a fun mini game. I really sucked at it when I did this last time, I reckon. Okay, go over here.
Huh?
Sweet! 5 yen. Yeah!
Huh?
But that suit's looking a bit dirty though.
Huh?
Yeah, clean this place up. Let's see what else I can find. Yeah.
どうだった？
頑張ったんだな。稼げた分はたったこれだけだ。
村長、こいつが話してた男です。で、なんだ、坊主。
一番と言います。わけあって。
撃たれたんだろ。そりゃ腐るほど訳もあんだろうよ。
はい。体が回復するまでここに置いちゃくれませんか。これっぽっちですが、金も用意しました。
てめえが稼いだ金だろう。せいぜい盗まれないようにするんだな。
受け取ってもらえないんですか。俺はここにいちゃダメってこと。
ここに住む人間にとって重要なのは金よりも身の安全。
はい、わかります。
自分で働いて律儀に金を持ってくるような新入りなら島を荒らすようなことはしねえだろう。
ありがとうございます。村長の恩義必ずお返しします。
恩義？ヤクザか、お前。
ええ、つい最近まで。とうの昔に見捨てられてたみたいなんですけど。
ふん。何があった？話せ。18年も無所勤めした子分を撃つなんてなかなか根性のある親分だな。辛いか？
辛いとかどうとかって、なんとも言いようがないっていうか。
やるよ。
ありがとう。
尻尾はちぎってこんな風に先に入れてみな。
ああ。しみるな。
これぞ偉人潮流ヒレ酒だ。体が治ったら出ていくもよし、住み続けるもよし、好きにしろ。
本当にありがとうございます。
で、明日からどう暮らすんだお前。自分の食いぶちは自分で何とかしろよ。
分かってる。
じゃあ朝5時半に出るぞ。とりあえず無難に缶でもやるか。
缶拾いのことか。そんなに早く起きんのか。
早いもん勝ちの奪い合いだからな。
Early bums get the crumbs.
寝坊したら置いてくぞ。
Nice.
分かった。やる以上はバッチリやるぜ。
Ooh, I'm beat. You have plenty of sleep while you recovered. Take this seriously. Alright. What do we got? The cans! The cans!
Oh.
Khan-san. Oh my god, I love that his name's Khan, for goodness sake. Nanba, the guy's the newcomer. Yeah, name's Kasuga.
Hi.
Hello. Here you go, just like you asked. Can-do attitude.
Nanda?
What is this? A bike you customize for can collection. Cans don't sell for much. You gotta find a whole bunch of them to even make it worthwhile. Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna start collecting. Sure. Can you do it, Purge? Get it?
チャリに乗るのも
I
久し
can't
ぶり
do
だ
it,
な。
Spicy. Been a while.
そいつはただ
No
のチ
ordinary
ャリじ
bike.
ゃ
It's
ない
custom made for
ぜ
recycling.
缶拾い用にカスタマイズした代物なんだ。まあ
If you haven't ridden
チ
in
ャ
a
リに
while,
乗
why
るの
not
が
take her
久
out
し
for
ぶ
a
り
quick
なんだっ
spin?
たらちょっとその辺こいで
Think of the
鳴らしてみ
25
な
stream streak there, Cheska.
ちなみに
You can
そ
pedal
いつは
backwards
後
to
ろにこぐ
reverse.
と
I
バ
find
ッ
it
クも
pretty
できるんだ
convenient.
結構便利なんだぜ
Okay.
よしよし大丈夫そうだなじゃあその辺一周して缶拾ってこいここの川沿いは結構空き缶が落ちてるスポットなんだまずはまっすぐチャリこいで探してみな
なあ、わかったよ。
I remember this being hard, I think.
落ちてる落ちてる。あれは
The heck is
なん
that?
だ。
Okay.
全力でこぐって気持ちいいな。ただ勢い余って壁に激突しないように気をつけねえとな。あそこにも缶があるな。なんだあ
You
いつらは。
motherfuckers!
おいおい、あいつらも缶拾うのか
Nitro
よ。
again. I love this game.
缶拾いにもライバルがいるのか。ま、そのくらいの方が張り合いがあっていいな。一周したし、ぼちぼち缶さんのとこに帰るか。
Head back to Khan, son.
チャリには慣れたか
ああ、だが缶は他の奴らに拾われちまったな。
まあそんなもんよ偉人町は特に空き缶集めに情熱を注いでいるホームレスが多いからなちんたらしてたらいつまでたっても拾えねえぜ
弱肉強食なんだな。ホームレスの世界もよ。
アドバイスをするとしたら他の奴らに狙われた時はさっさと逃げろそれか全速力で突進して逆に缶を奪い取るかだな
逆に奪い取るか。なるほどな。
てなわけで次が本番だぞたくさん集めて時間内にここに戻ってこい決めた時間1秒でも過ぎたらまともな報酬は出ねえと考えておけ俺は
時間内にこの駐車場の前に戻ってくればいいんだな。わかったよ。
拾った缶が多いほどパックも大きいが欲をあって時間が過ぎちまうとアウツだからな
アウツなのか。
じゃあ頑張ってくれ
Okay.
さてお掃除の時間だなんだ
Wait, that didn't work. Do I need the bottles for it, I'm guessing, do I? Where am I? I pressed the wrong button! God damn it, what was I playing that was a boost for Circle? Zone of the Enders. There we go. I got your way, boy. Someone chasing me right now? Yes, they are. Oh, that was close.
魔だぜ。
It's gonna be tight, guys. Come on! No! Fuck, man. I think I need to get an A, I'm guessing. When the person is sick in Bevel, it is tradition to put them on top of a vents of garlic bread ovens so their body gets blasted by the heat, garlic, and occasionally hot oil or butter. It's no coincidence that one of the most popular jobs of Bevel is to be nerfed as a result. Delicious, delicious people. Hey, Splendid. Hope you're doing well. You head back at the 15-second mark. Okay.
エコポイントと金を引き換えると、エコポイント缶拾いの報酬は直接金を渡すんじゃなくて、エコポイントは換金することができる。直接金を渡すといろいろ面倒なこともあんだ。回収業者のレートは年中変わるし、金より物が欲しいってやつも多いしな。ポイント制にすることで統率取れてんだ。このエコポイントが俺らの通貨と言っても過言じゃねえ。
ほう。じゃあとりあえず換金してくれ。
おいおい、集めた缶が少なすぎてこんなんじゃ換金できないぞ。
時間がなくてよ。
仕方ねえ。初めだからおまけしてやる。ほらよ。
恵んでもらって悪いが、これじゃ駄菓子も買えねえな。
ホームレス影をなめんじゃねえ。缶拾いはサバイバルだ。6円もらえただけでもありがたく思え。
と
まあお前の体力ならすぐ稼げるようになるだろう。あとエコポイントは換金するより物と引き換えた方がお得なんだ。覚えとけよ。俺んちはここの駐車場だ。生かしてんだろ。缶集めやエコポイントの取引をしたいときは会いに来い。
はい。
わかったぜ、カサ。
Can do attitude. That is peak. What a name. Oh no, I want to go back to the cans!
どうだった？
すげえ頑張ったのにこれっぽっちだ。
ホームレス家業なんてそんなもんだ。今日は特別に飯をごちそうしてやるよ。
いいのか？
栄養失調で倒れられたら迷惑だからな。米が食いてえのは100も承知だが、今朝はパン屋の廃棄日でな。文句言うんじゃねえぞ。
God damn, fish in a roll, guys.
コッペパンか？
なんだ？文句言うならやらねえぞ。
そうじゃねえ。大好きなんだよ、これ。無所の中じゃ毎日くせえ麦飯ばっか食わされててよ。でも週に1回だけ普通のコッペパンが出るんだ。それが楽しみでしょうがなかった。
なんで？普通のコッペパンだろ。
普通ってのがいいんだ。無所は普通の場所じゃねえ。くせえ飯を食ってるとそれを嫌ってほど思い知る。俺にとっちゃコッペパンの普通の味ってな、シャバの味だったんだ。
シャバの味ね。ほらよ。
いただきます。
Bro, that's an abomination to me. Who, whole fish in a bread? For real. I'm not the biggest fan of, like, fish or seafood in bread in general. Like a prawn roll and stuff's pretty popular. And tuna roll, like tuna bread. But I'm not the biggest fan of fish in bread. I don't think it mixes well. Tuna mayo sandwich. Yeah, I don't like tuna. I like raw tuna.
金を用意して
But I don't like canned
寝床の
tuna.
前でまで。
なんだあいつ。
集金屋のテイっつってな。寝床料って名目でホームレスから金を巻き上げてんだ。
Tuna mayo sandwich.
はあ
But tuna is the chicken of the sea? Nah.
ここはあいつの土地なのか。
そうじゃねえが、俺がここに来る前からそういう決まりになってんだ。
そんな金払う必要ねえじゃねえか。拒否すりゃいいだろ。
俺だって毎回ぶん殴ってやりてえと思ってるさ。だが支払いは村長が決めたルールだ。
村長が。
噂じゃてえはハンピン・リューマンのメンバーらしくてな。
ハンピン・リューマン。
偉人町に昔から根城がある中華マフィアだよ。奴らを敵に回せば何されるかわからねえ。殺されかねねえからな。
何がマフィアだ。よし、恩義を返す時が来たな。
やめろ。村長はここの平和を維持するためにしぶしぶ支払いを飲んだって話だ。村長の考えを無視する気か。
What's your guys' favorite seafood? I really like calamari and I really like squid.
それより一番
The most,
2000
I
円持っ
think.
てるか。
いや、とてもそんなにねえ
I
よ。
fucked that shit up, whether it's grilled or crumbed. Big fan.
俺も自分の分で精一杯だ。一番
Yesterday I was supposed to make some jackal potatoes because I only had one left over before I ended up eating one potato and a whole can of tuna and sweet corn mayo during emails community night.
わかった。
Was it good? Just ate the whole tub. Calamari is great. I love calamari. It's not really accessible here, but you can go buy it. But
よー、なんだちゃ。ケーキは
you like sushi? I like sushi.
景気のいいホームレスなんて言いやしませんよ。
そんな甘ったれたこと言って
It
っ
was
から
amazing.
社会復帰できねえんだよ。毎日酒飲んで寝てだらしねえ暮らししやがって。
Eel and salmon. Salmon.
おっしゃる通りです。
I'll eat salmon, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. I like eel though. I've had eel a few times.
なんだこのでけえのお前のか。
ちょっと荷物が増えたんすよ。
荷物？
おい、中身確認しろ。
待てよ。俺にもプライバシーってもんが。
てめえみてえなクズにあるわけねえだろ。
Actually, I remember this scene.
やめろ。触んじゃねえ。
しわーす。いやー、ごめんよ難波さん。やっぱこんな奴らに我慢することねえよ。誰だお前。昨日からここでお世話になってるもんで。
そうか。だったらてめえもここの住人ってことだよな。住むからには払うもんきっちり払ってもらうぜ。
金はねえ。ま、あったところで払う。
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty.
しかもそれを俺らに黙って書こうなんてよ。
I give the Gary song there.
後でたっ
Quick.
ぷりお仕置きだぜ。この人は俺の命の恩人だ。その手どけろ。
はあ、かっこいいね。まあお前みたいに尖った信号は時々いるんだよな。だが負け犬はどこでどんだけ吠えようと所詮負け犬の遠吠えってやつよ。そういうバカには体で思い知ってもらうしかねえな。止めねえでくれよ難波さん。
止める？冗談じゃねえ。
止めても殺されて川の底に沈められるだけだ。こうなったらこいつら一発でも殴ってから死んでやる。
なんばてめえ、
Carry
何信号に回されてんだ。
I was wrong.
二人まとめて空き缶一つ拾えねえ体にしてやんぞこら。
Minx, I will warn you. I have enough channel points to keep pressing the hated
Gary, I'm
rap.
sorry I neglected you.
If you can hear me.
Oh, I never expected you to run
I got
away
150k right now.
feeling this empty.
取っておくな。
No, it only tortures me, not Koi. I hate this place.
取っておき。見てろよ。
But she has a cooldown. Yeah, but I can do both of them.
俺の番だな。
I think it's been long enough now.
見せてやるよ。取っておくな。来いよ。俺の番。
What about prawns or
I messed up and now you're gone.
what do people call them? Shrimp.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling.
You guys eat shrimp or prawns?
俺の番だな。
Pretty popular here.
取っておけ。
Y'all having a redeem war? Nah. Prawn on the Barbie? Prawns on Barbie, hey? That's a sight. After we redeem Gary's song, blame Minx.
てめえ、俺がハンピンデューマンの人間だって分かってるか。ここのホームレスから2000円ずつ集めてもよくて10万そこらだ。そんなせこいしのぎに精出すチンピラが生きがってんじゃねえ。本当にいいのか。デューマンを敵に回せば命はねえ。今詫びを入れれば今日のことは忘れてやる。そういうのをさ、負け犬の遠吠えっつうのよ。うるせえ、最後のチャンス。だから謝らねえっつうの。後悔しても知らねえぞ。よく覚えるな。じゃあ謝んねえと。
Thank you for the beanies, Bailey.
ハンピンなんとかってのがやってくる。
I like that emote, by the way.
ハンピンなんとかはそんなに強えのだよ。当たり前だ。横浜市最大の中華マフィアだ。おい、てめえはよく分かってんだろうが。はあ。で、その最大の中華マフィアの幹部連中がここまでわざわざ来んのかよ。何？じゃあさっさと帰って幹部に報告しろ。小遣い稼ぎしてたらホームレスに返り討ちにされましたってよ。でもどうかな。じゃあ俺らが敵取ってきてやる。なんて優しいこと言って出張ってくれんの。おめんとこの看板はそんなに暇マフィア。あ、暇マフィアか。
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty.
This really is a war, lol.
こらめ！てめえ、これで済むと思うんじゃねえぞ。後で
Don't worry, Badge, I got you.
うるせえ。
I saw the channel points coming back.
マジか。
We need to get it to make another song. Oh no, the other two, wow.
何？俺は横浜のことは詳しかねえけど、縄張りくらいはきっちり決まってんだろう。あんたにとっちゃ軽い気持ちの小遣い稼ぎでもやってることは立派な島嵐だ。自分とこの縄張り越えた上にホームレスからは返り討ち。 組織のメンツも丸つぶれか。どう報告するか大変だなこれ。貴様らなあ、ていちゃんよ。下っ端ってのはきついよな。俺もよくわかんだよ。でも弱いもんいじめは多くねえ。今日のところは開けてやる。帰るぞ。そっか。じゃあ次はなんか食いもん持ってきてくれよ。
勝手なことをしてくれたな。いや、でもこれでも奴にビビる必要ないっすよ。次にあいつらに手を出したらすぐに出て行かせる。俺らにとって一番重要なのは明日の寝床なんだ。忘れるなよ。いいな。あんなに怒ることはねえのによ。
いや、すまねえ。やっぱ俺勝手なことやっちまったよな。
いや、お前の見立ては間違っちゃいねえよ。おかげでずっと溜まってた怒りが発散できたってもんだ。俺だけじゃねえ。見てたみんなもすっきりしたはずだ。礼を言うぜ。
そんな礼なんてやめてくれよ。
しかしお前は人を怒らせる天才だな。
は？わざとじゃねえよ。それにそんなのやべえだけだろ。
間違いねえ。でもな、厄介な才能でもその人間の魅力
I'm
に
half an hour ahead of schedule today. What did I miss?
どうだかね。
In the game?
しかし知らなかったな。
We got shot by our old boss, and we got thrown in the rubbish to die. And then this guy, who was an ex-nurse, saved us, who's also who's homeless. And then we're learning the ways of being homeless and working our way back up into a normal citizen. We start from the bottom, and then we move our way up. It's a pretty cool feature of this game. The story of it. Workload must have missed to do something scary. Ah! You'll be fine. Maybe you're just getting that good at your job.
さっきのテイが所属しているのが中華マフィア、ハンピン・リューマンだ。
Suspect my midnight fajitas took so long to do.
そしてこっちがコリアンマフィア。
Why would you make fajitas at midnight?
もちろん日本のヤクザもいる。
That sounds way too hard. Don't you just have like
横浜
noodles?
清流会。この3つを総称して地元の人間は偉人さんって呼んでんだ。
じゃあ横浜清流会ってヤクザ、やっぱり近江連合の傘下なのか。
バカ言え。清流会は未だに一本ドッグを貫く
Because I was
筋金
hungry.
入りだ。
Wait, what about noodles or something though? Fajitas,
近江
dude.
連合どころか。偉人町には登場会
The
さえ
whole
入って
last
いただけじゃ
meal,
ない。
dude.
日中韓によるこの鉄壁は肉の壁って言われるくらい頑丈だ。よその勢力は決して入ってこれね
え。肉の壁か。すげえ例え方だな。じゃあその3つが連携して町を守ってんのか。
連携？そんなことしてねえさ。この3つはな、昔からバッチバチに睨み合ってんだ。
じゃあ明日にでも戦争が起こったって不思議はないんじゃ。
まあ冷戦状態だな。
冷戦？
何か少しでも摩擦が起こればいつ爆発してもおかしくねえ火薬庫みてえな状態ってことだ。
なるほど。
一番よ、いつ爆発するかもわかんねえ火薬庫に盗みに入る気になるか。
冗談じゃねえよ。
だろ。つまり冷戦状態である限り外部の組織は横浜に手を出さねえ。出したくたって出せね
一触即発だからこそ侵略者を防いできたってことか。
That's the only problem with chicken if you buy in bulk or like you buy enough of it. You need to cook it so quick. Not like quick, but like it doesn't hold as long as other meats, which is frustrating. The chicken's so fucking good. We usually eat chicken like in the first 4 days of our shopping. And then red meat for the rest of it. Because we buy in bulk, like we buy fortnightly. But even weekly is dangerous with some stuff. Defrosted it, it's really bad too. Yeah, that's always the one too. And it's such a, it can be so painful to defrost sometimes. Nah, just let it rot, cook it, make your stomach stronger. A phone with friends playing our next cruise. Yeah, fair enough.
そういうとこで生きる覚悟が必要ってことだ。
なるほど。十分気をつけろってか。
まあな。でも一番、お前はラッキーだったんじゃねえか。
え？なんでだよ。
The worst food poisoning I ever had though, I've had chicken food poisoning before. But the worst one I've ever had is bacon. That shit was rough. Didn't help that I drank for 7 days while having the food poisoning.
でも俺は一日でのんびりしてていいのかな。
じゃあ。さっさと出てけ。止めねえから。
分かってるよ。すぐに出てくよ。何すんだよ。
当分無理だ。無茶すりゃまた倒れるだけだぞ。
口で言ってくれりゃ分かってる。
I would go the Norwegian one. I think I've seen that one before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've actually seen that one before. I think my nan might have hopped on that one.
なんだそれ。やばい。覚醒一番。
え？万札だ。あいつ万札持ってるぞ。万札だ。
おい、落ち着け。
俺。昨日この辺で万札を落っことしたんだよな。
何言ってんだよ。これは一番のもんだ。
いや、俺は万札なんて覚えがねえんだけど。ほら見ろ、やっぱ俺のだ。
ほら、返してやれ。いや、
久しぶりだな、ゆきちゃん。もう一生会えねえかと思った。
No, but we could go to 10 on the, you know, Marseille, etc. on the 7-day one. Tough call.
なんだこれ。
どうした？
裏が真っ白。おもちゃの札じゃねえか。
いや、ちょっと待て。こいつはおもちゃじゃねえ。表はどう見たってモノホンの万札だ。それに透かしだって入ってる。
おもちゃで透かしは入れねえやな。じゃあ裏はねえけど一応本物か。5000円分は使えるとか。アホってことはつまりこれって
偽札。
Good luck, man. I'm going to bed. Have a good one, Rock Protector. Sleep well, fam. Appreciate you coming in, man. Good luck for the grind, my friend.
俺が落としたもんだって言ってたのは誰だ。俺が万札なんて持ってるはずねえだろ。持ってりゃ特に使ってるよ。
分かってる。やめろ、二人とも。
お前のだろ。お前なんでこんなもん持ってんだ。こんな厄介なもの持ち込みやがって。いい迷惑だ。あのなあ、こいつをここに置いとくともっと厄介事持ち込むぞ。こいつは追い出すべきだ。だから知らねえっての。偽札なんて全く覚えがねえよ。嘘つき。じゃあこれはどっから出てきたんだよ。
待て。確かにこれは一番のポケットに入っていた。だがポケットには撃たれた穴が開いてるんだ。もし一番がもっと前から持ってたとしたら、万札にも銃弾の穴が開いてるはずだ。 だがこいつは相手ねえ。撃たれて気を失った後自分で入れるなんてこともありえねえ。つまり撃たれた後誰かが一番のポケットにこいつを入れたんだ。
誰が何のために。わかんねえよそんなの。
まあここに運んできたやつなのかな。でもそれが誰なのかもわかんねえんだよな。
ああ、そもそもなんで俺がここに運ばれてきたのか、なんでそんな札があんのか、本当にわけがわからねえんだよ。嘘じゃねえよ。
とにかく俺たちは警察が絡むような揉め事はごめんだ。そんなもんさっさと捨ててもう騒ぎ起こすんじゃねえぞ。
騒ぎにしたのは誰だ。村長に報告するぞ。
南波さん、そりゃ勘弁して。
だよ、分かった、約束する。騒ぎや揉め事には気をつけるから。やっぱ俺はここにいるべきじゃねえよ。
だからって他に行くあてもねえだろ。
だけどどこへ行ったってここよりはマシな気がするぜ。
え？
一日足を棒にして働いてこのざまだぜ。そもそも世の中にはよ、これっぽっちよかもらえる仕事っていっぱいあんだろ。
あるだろうな。
あるだろうなって、じゃあやろうぜ。
そのあてがあんのか。そんないい仕事を紹介してくれる知り合いでもいるのか。
そうだ、ハローワークにでも行きゃなんかあんだろ。
あのな、簡単に言うんじゃねえよ。
みんな聞いてくれ。
何する気だ。
なあみんな、なんでこんな暮らししてんだ。一度でもハローくらい行ったか。行ってねえって顔だな。あんたたち体力はあるじゃねえか。手先の器用なやつもいるし、料理がうまいやつだっている。なのになんで仕事を見つけようとしねえ。めんどくさがってんじゃねえよ。
なんで
おいおい、トラブルと揉め事から逃げてこんなしょぼいぬるま湯みたいな暮らしを続けんのか。ここで一生終えてえのかよ。俺はごめんだぜ。一緒にハロワに行って仕事にありつこうぜ。どうしても行かねってんなら腕ずく。
いい加減にしろ。みんなそれなりの理由があってここに
You're
行っ
by
てるの
yourself,
を忘れ
buddy.
たのか。
Goddamn right.
ああ、訳ありってことだろ。覚えてるよ。で
All
も
by
多少の訳があったってこ
myself.
こに居続けるよりマシだろ。めんどくさがらなきゃ働けるところぐらいあるさ。前科持ちでも大丈夫だって。
てめえ勝手に決めんじゃねえ。ここには前科者も確かにいるさ。でもほんの数人だ。ほとんどのやつは罪人なんかじゃねえ。騙されて借金の保証人になっちまったやつ。家族のために頑張ったが期待に応えられず、
You almost finished this
そ
game
の家族にも
too?
逃げられて途方に暮れちまったやつ。みんな心が折れて仕方なくここに流れ着いてきたんだ。
The end game is
お前
pretty brutal, apparently.
心が折れちまった人間の気持ちがわかんのか。みんな家族や親兄弟もいて捜索願いも出てる。待ってる人間がいるって分かってんだ。そりゃそこに帰りてえさ。でも帰れねえよ。折れた気持ち引きずったまま帰れやしねえ。そんな奴らを無理やりハローワークに連れて行くだ。そんなことしたら一発で居所がバレてまたどこかをさまよわなきゃなんねんだぞ。働くのをめんどくさがってるだと。みんなまともな仕事をやりてえよ。でもそういう仕事に就きたくてもそれができねえ事情があるんだ。だから遠回りでもここで頑張ってんだよ。
He was way ahead of you.
てめえの価値観を押し付けんのは
Probably one of those games you get lost in the source a bit, hey?
まあでもよ、
You do more than you think.
例外もいるぜ。一番の言うように前科者でめんどくせえことから逃げてるだけのやつも一人いるな。
は？
俺だよ。
確かナンバー
Brother looked right at the camera.
元看護師だったよな。なんでホームレスに。
んな話はどうでもいいんだよ。お前の演説には一理あんのも確かだ。よし、思い立ったら吉日だ。一緒に行ってみっか。ハローワーク。
Nanba! I like this guy actually. He's a bit annoying, but he does develop a little bit. Alrighty, let's go do some cans again. Party chat. We're right here.
そういやよ、お前の背中大層な入れ墨が入ってたじゃねえか。ありゃ竜か。
いや、あれは竜じゃねえ。竜魚だ。
Oh.
俺の番だな。
Tag team!
おっしゃ、行くぞ。とどめだ。
Yeah!
おい来た。
Oh, just weak to normal hits, eh? It's good to know, actually.
よ、新入り。
Alright.
頑張れよ。
I guess there's 3 of them. Hard, easy, easy, hard. Do I have to get A on these, Spicy, if you're still here by any chance, fam? It's okay if you're not.
さて、お掃除の時間だ。缶の山だぜ。
Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. No! I pressed the wrong button again. Fucking Zone of Enders. You're the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. Little song. Maybe it's gonna be S rank though. I wonder. Maybe it's not worth risking it though, is it? Oh no, there we go. S rank, nice. Cool. Can you repeat the question? No, it's alright. I was wondering, I need to get S on all of them to unlock them all. Oh yeah. Yeah, Kens! Guess you really went, alright, huh? Come again. Wait, do I have to literally like fully level this up too? Jesus, dude. I'm guessing I do I? You have to fully level this up as a job. Is this a job? Hang on. I remember now, the other night. I'm in trouble here because I just picked up an extra day at work, a week now. And I just want to play more games. Hey, Jed. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Hope your reading's going good. Here we go. Raise. Ugh, I hate this. For some reason, someone wrote a guide on the PS4 game and haven't, like, linked the PS5 one to it. I'm not quite sure why. If you have looked through the jobs or read this information in this guide, you might have an idea. You need the total of 7 jobs rank 9. This is not the case. Max rank is 30. How... Panic, not all a little easier reaching the high ranks. It's highly recommended you use the XP boosting method described. Yeah, but I want to know about all the jobs. What are all the jobs? Is this a job? That's what I want to know. Barmaid, bodyguard, breaker, clerk, chef, dealer, detective, devil rocker, enforcer, freelancer, foreman, fortune teller, gangster, hero, hitman, homeless guy, host, hostess, idol, matriarch, musician, and night queen. Oh, okay, so they're not jobs. They're actually like just roles. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Let's get this bread! Yeah, get cucked, bro. Where do you think you're going, bro? Back here. Shit. I can't move, guys! I need more cans to spawn. This guy's gonna take me out! No way! On the finish line! Dude, this motherfucker. This motherfucker. I see Spicy playing Yakuza Like a Dragon. I see you, Spicy. I see you over there, fam. I knew it. That's so rigged, though. Damn, I knew Japanese cycling culture was insane, but damn, son. For real. We could have just been homies, fam. Actually, does he have abilities I can get? 100 yen, half eaten bento, half drinking. Holy straw hat. Guitar, imitation bag, trash. Worn out microwave. Justice manual. High payout token. Okay.
Yo, 新入り。
Right.
缶拾いだな。
I can't believe you got me on the fucking line like that, the arsehole.
がっつり拾ってやら。
The fuck out of here! Tokyo Drift, bro. Hang on, I'll go over here real quick. We're gonna fail this time, I think. Holy shit, that was fucking sick! Yeah! Yeah, what? It is pretty fun. It reminds me of, like, I don't know if anyone ever played it, but there was a Jackass PS2 game. It reminds me of the mini games on those. Those were pretty crazy. Bro, I wish my happiness was as simple as this. I mean, it is. We're having fun over this, Spicy. I enjoy doing this races and platinuming games with you, I'm not gonna lie. Man of cans. Nice. Looks like you're getting the hang of this, newbie. You think so? Of course, you still got a long way to go. Anyway, take this to celebrate leveling up. Okay. Oh, nice. More cans. Back on basically the point of getting hang of things. Oh, also, by the way, Spicy, there's apparently there's a really good leveling system in this game, apparently, for later on, like a technique later on, apparently, for end game. Saves like 30 or 40 hours, apparently. I mean, Ichiban being happy as fuck with cans. I respect it.
Alright.
How? I'm not sure. I didn't look into it too much. But all I know is it has to do with leveling. Apparently, it literally saves like 40 hours. I remember this platinum being like 140 when it first came out. That's why I'm like, when I saw it was 80, I was like, hang on. Damn, they cut that quick. I'm guessing that's how they did it. Alright, let's get this bread. Holy shit, there's a lot of cans. Do I need 1,000 for this? Is that right? No! What? You can't, you just can't go past them at all? You son of a bitch! How could you do this to me? I was hugging the side of the walls and still got hit. It's actually freaking wild, dude. What is this wizardry? No! Holy shit, they're so quick, dude. Wonder what it is? Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's, if it saves that much time, I'll have a look at it though. Come on! Yeah! No! Wait, it's only A? Oh, no. This is not good. Shit. I think they're going to spawn an enemy at the end here. Oh my god, I got it! Whoa, look at that! Oh yeah, I can play Stellar Blade. Oh fuck yeah, dude. GG. Oh, we can do that as well. That was the other game we were talking about, racing into each other. I think I'm really gonna struggle. Stellar Blade looks hard. Dude, this was really fun actually. You know what? I actually kind of understand how they always say the mini games are so good in Yakuza. So that was actually like extremely fun for no fucking reason whatsoever. It was hard, but that was actually wild. I had a funny feeling it would spawn an enemy right at the end. That's why it does it every time. So I was like hoping he would hit me as I was boosting. But that's sick, Spicy. Fuck yeah, dude. But yeah, I heard Stellar Blade's quite hard. One of the final bosses apparently is brutal. Like one of the hidden ones. I'm nervous to play that, but I'm keen to play it. Have I played any? I played a little bit of Kiwami, I think, or Zero. Hang on. I played a little bit of Kiwami 3 years ago for my Christmas event, where I play a different game every day. But I only played like 3 hours of it. There's no grind trophies, right? I thought it's a skill-heavy game. It is a skill-heavy game, yeah. Stellar Blade. Apparently the game's great. Like, the really, really good game, Stellar Blade, apparently. I think I'll struggle with it a lot, personally. Well, there we go. That's our first game mode done. Ooh, is there a Shogi one, too? I ain't gonna lie to you. I actually played a little bit of Shogi when I was younger. I used to play it when I was like 18. But I'm terrible at it. I never won a game. I always played against the AI, but the AI were insane. No Shogi trophy. There's Shogi and Mahjong. There's no Mahjong trophy in this either, is there? The Mahjong trophy in... Is it Zero that's fucking cooked as, isn't it? That literally people give up. I have no idea how to play it. Shogi. Favorite. I can't believe they took Disco away from us. The issue I had with them is it's in Japanese. That's why I started learning Japanese law. The game tiles. Oh yeah, Mahjong. Yeah, you pretty much have to know. Don't ya? I don't think there's a Mahjong one. Hang on, let me look. There's so many fucking trophies. I gotta find them. That's the problem. There's just so many of them. But there's probably gonna be a side quest for it, I guess, wasn't there? I bet you there's one for a side quest. But I think there's more. There's only 40 side quests you need to do in the game. Here we go. Beat all Dragon Kart, Cup, and Rival races. Oh my god, that sounds absolutely atrocious. Played over 10 minigames. Beat all can collecting courses. Watched all movies, The Theater without falling asleep. Hex did that, and apparently it took Hex ages to do it, apparently. Entered an intimate relationship with 2 female characters. Found all people who will give you the Hong Kong. Someone got run over by a car. Oh no, this doesn't seem to be that intense. So the Mahjong and that aren't in there, thankfully. Wait, which Yakuza is it? Is it Yakuza 0? That's like fucking absolutely fucked. Might be 7 or 6, is it? I wonder if you could use the AI to make moves for you for Mahjong. You would, yeah. I would say that'd be like, I guess that would be the way to do it. Love the golf and darts. The pool has been janky sometimes. The golf and the darts. I won't do Shogi today then. Shit. 10 mini games. For everyone who hated having to play even perfect the minigames and other Yakuza titles, then fear not, as you only have to play a total of 10 minigames found throughout the world like a dragon. Since you don't need to play, you can cheat by entering into the game and losing count for this trophy. Why would you do that, though? We won't do Shogi right now, because I fucking suck at Shogi. Oh wait, should I buy some stuff? Hang on. What should we buy from him?
Yo, 新入り。たくさん買ってけよ。
8 MP, 50 HP. An old-fashioned guitar made with solid, high-quality lumber. The only minigames I didn't really like were the GTA ones. They just weren't built very well sometimes. I love the cockroach is like pixelated. It's so fucking good, dude. I love that so much. Ooh, oh, the books are expensive, I was about to say. It's not really worth, like, maybe I'll wait for the craftables because maybe they're like only available here as well. So maybe I'll let it go. I'll let it go. I think we're gonna let it go. Is it pixelated? I think it's normal on my side. It's definitely pixelated on mine. I'm still expelling my Midnight Fajita demons. I don't. What does that even mean? That doesn't sound good. Yeah, here, look, see, Spicy? That's weird. Well, it's like the meme, you know, like in like animes and stuff where they pixelate them, like in Tama and stuff. I think it's hilarious too. I'm in the cutscene, so I can't check. That's all right. I might leave them alone though, but it might come back because the craftables might be rare from that area, so I don't want to test the waters with that just yet. We don't need to heal.
Huh?
The fuck out of the way! Oh man, I want to play Yakuza 2. Don't you have like 2 Yakuzas on your trophy list at the moment? It is pixelated, never noticed. That's hilarious, dude. 3 Yakuzas, including this one. You should play one of them. What about Yakuza 0? You said you really liked that. We'll just do the one you're closest to. They're really rare platinums, the Yakuza games, all of them. People really struggle with them.
Huh?
I don't blame them. They're considered pretty high tier in the platinum index. Oh, 5 and 6 in Like a Dragon, and we get a plat for them. That sounds good. Because of margin. I believe is it 6? I think 6 is really hard. I think 4 and 6 are like actually hard to beat because of the difficulty spikes in them. Apparently with hard mode. But yeah, the rest are pretty much just the mini games.
Huh?
And then you give you cheat items. Oh, really? Interesting.
こんなにいんのかよ。若いやつも結構来てんな。
一番、お前何歳だ
42歳だ。ナンバーは
確か41かな。どっちも望みは薄いな。
年なんて関係ねえ。仕事ってのは熱意だ。熱意だろ。
熱意ね。
やる気はあるっつってんだろ。まだまだ若いやつには負けねえよ。
松尾さん、あなたお酒臭いですよ。そういった方は斡旋しかねますんで、まずお酒をやめて後日改めて来てください。
バカ野郎、こんなとこ二度と来れまんか。
次の方。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
現住所が空欄ですが、
今住むところがなくて。でも仕事は真面目にやります。酒も飲んでません。
では今回は特別に。
もう 決定か？
ご実家の住所を書いといてください。
なんだ。あ、でも実家もないんすよ。
ああ、いわゆる路上生活ということですね。では自立支援センターの方へ行ってください。
なんすかこれ？
健康診断や技能講習を受けられますんで。
いや、俺が紹介してほしいのはこういうのじゃなくて仕事なんすよ。
現状では斡旋しかねます。規則ですので。
お願いしますよ。俺頑張りますんで。
無理なものは無理です。規則ですので。はい、次の方。
ちょっと待ってくれよ。もう少し話を。おい、さっさとどけ。
Well. Ten days ago. Oh, you got Kiwami and Kiwami too. You got 0, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, you're close to 0.
どうだ？熱意は伝わったか？
いや、全くダメだ。
だよな。俺も門前払いだ。
Zero is amazing.
捨てる神はいても拾う神はいないってこと
People
だ。
always say that's the best one.
全くその通りよ。どうだい、見捨てられたもん同士。
Soundtrack slaps.
その辺で仲良く飲まねえか。
お前と一緒にすんじゃねえよ。
ホームレスの分際で透けしやがって。
こんなんだったら魚でも釣りに行ってる方がマシだったぜ。とんだ無駄した。
腐るなよ。他に方法がある。諦めちゃダメだ。
あんたたち仕事探しに来たのかい？
ああ。だけどホームレスには斡旋できねえ
Fisting
とな。
artist.
それは難儀だね。でもそれじゃ困るだろう。
そりゃ参ってるさ。でも仕方ねえよ。
でも見たところあんたたち根は悪い人間じゃなさそうだな。
お世辞なんていらねえよ。でもありがとうよ。
今夜ちょっとしたバイトをしないかい？
あ？
と言っても雇い主は私じゃないよ。桜川の向こうにスナック街があるんだが、そこにハーバーライトっていうスナックがあってね、ママさんが今夜一晩だけバイトを探してるらしい。
スナック？一体何すんだ？
さあね、詳しくは知らんが仕事をこなせば5000円ほどくれるみたいだよ。
5000円はありがてえ。行ってみるか？
ああ。ありがとな、おっちゃん。
ちょっとこんなところで斡旋しないでくださいよ。
ん？何のことだ？
見てましたからね。規則違反ですよ。
まあまあ、規則や法律の中だけでは救えない人間もいるんだよ。これくらいは許されることさ。
はあ、いっつも勝手なんですから所長は。
What a nice guy. We haven't been up to this street yet. Let's walk this way. Lucky soda. I can't search under this. Okay. The enemy's just going. Some over here. Actually, turn base was a bold decision there. It was. I think it was the right decision there. In my opinion. After so many games, you have to change up the game in some way, shape, or form. Imagine if they changed up like other stuff in the game, like removing the mini games or something. They'd be freaking deaf to everybody. People would lose their shit. I think it was the right move, personally. I think people were more upset that like they made such a strong new main character, and then didn't like turn-based on top of it. I think that's what people got really pissed off about. Which I think is fair. It definitely like opened more people up to the series, I reckon, from making this game. Burn out, boy. Yeah. Just a couple bro fisters hanging out, guys. That's all we are. Good, you use a zero joke. Oh no, they went to normal hits as Cop in here, that's what happens, right? Back up as right. Yeah, I mentioned noodles earlier. I just remembered that I bought some new instant noodles. I haven't tried yet. I think they're pork ramen ones I want to try. Now I might have some after. It was, but doesn't make it any less stuff. Level. Oh, we should save real quick, actually. I'm gonna save for a while. Expel my midnight demons now to rule myself with fajitas. You're gonna make more? Chicken fajitas though, hey?
ハローワークのおっちゃんに紹介されてきたんですけど。
ハローワーク？私が頼んでおいたのさ。ハロワの神戸に用心棒よこせってね。
ちょっと浜子さん、勝手なことしないでよ。そんなの払うお金ないわよ。
5000円で命張ってくれるなら安いもんさ。2人もよこしてくれるなんて神戸も気が利くね。
ちょっと待ってくれよ。用心棒？命張るって。一体何の話だ？俺らに何させる気だ？
一から説明してやるよ。こっち行きな、坊やたち。川沿いに店が並んでるだろう。全部ここと同じようなスナックさ。この辺りの店はもう何十年も泥棒に遭っててね。
泥棒？
泥棒って言っても盗むのは金じゃないよ。奴らが盗むのは電気さ。
電気？東電ってやつ。
My friend. Oh, did you
あの電線を見てみな。この電線はずっと昔に奴らが勝手に張ったものさ。
奴らって誰？
What's it's called just dropped the other day too, right?
コミジュルじゃねえか。
Code Vein 2.
コミジュル？なんだそれ？
もう話したろ。偉人さんの一つ、韓国マフィアだ。
コミジュルって名前の組織なのか？
いや、連中に名称はねえ。コミジュルってのはあの場所そのものの名前だ。
Pro's Barbecue, haven't checked yet. Gonna go down now quickly. Not a fan, honestly. I won't buy it. People get really obsessed with the first one. About, like, I guess, like, the customization of your characters. But people... I've seen some shit, man. I've seen some shit with that, with some clips of that game. The game looks awesome. But holy, bro, some of the community... did some wild shit. But the platinum apparently is not too bad. People have already done it, which is interesting. Because I thought it was supposed to be quite difficult. So they must have literally, like, Achilles healed it. That was fast. Yeah. So it mustn't be too bad to do. Must be way easier than the first one.
じゃあ、
The first one's
そ
supposed to
れ
be
が
really
そのまま
hard.
通り名になったってことか。
そういうこと。
ここいらのスナックはずっとコミジュルに電気を使われ続けてんのさ。その電気代だけで1店舗あたり月数万はいくよ。もちろんコミジュルは払ってくんないから店が負担してんだよ。
犯人がコミジュルって分かってんなら行動すりゃいいじゃねえか。とりあえず泥棒だからまず警察に連絡か。電話どこだ？
それができりゃ誰も苦労しねえだろう。だよな、ばあさ
ん。ま、そうだわね。
え？なんでだよ。窃盗だぜ。警察様の出番だろう。
警察は取り合わねえよ。コミジロのアジトに行くなんてやべえことするはずがね
え。やべえこと？どれくらいやべえことなんだよ。
生きて帰ることはまずないね。
また大げさな。
大げさじゃねえ。コミジルに近づく人間はヤクザ、マフィア、警察関係なく片っ端から消えてくって昔っから有名で墓場みてえなところだぞ。偉人さんの他の連中だってあそこに近づくのは嫌がるくらいだ。
南波さんは知り合いいねえのか？コミジュルに。
いねえよ。知り合いたくもね
え。そっか。じゃあコミジルから離れたところでそいつらの誰かを見つけ出してから。
あそこから一歩でも外に出たら誰が誰だかわからねえよ。バッチつけてるわけでもねえ。コミジルの連中ってのは偉人さんでもひときわアンダーグラウンドな存在なんだ。
街じゃあってもわからねえ。相手はあそこへ行くしかねえ。
で、行けば死ぬのは間違いなし。というわけで、
Just $40, true.
ばあさん、 こりゃ諦めてもらうしかないぜ。
そんな簡単に言わないでくれよ。こりゃ死活問題なんだ。
そうだよな。なんかいい手がねえもんかな。
ほら一番、お前何言ってんだよ。関わるのはよそうぜ。
だったら電線切っちまえばいいんじゃねえ？コミジュルが勝手に張ったもんなんだし。
バカ言うね。
だよね。だから昨日切っちまったとこだよ。
え？おい、何してんだよババ。
すみません、私も止めたんですけど。
ママはね、そんなことしたらどんな仕返しをされるかわかんないって泣いて止めるんだけどさ、今までもずっとこの繰り返しで、ついに昨日堪忍袋の緒が切れてブチッとやっちまったのさ。私も年かね。
年のせいにすんじゃねえよ。どうするつもりなんだよ。
そこんとこはあんた方に頼みたいわけさ。
ふざけんなよ。
そんでやったのは昨日だな。コミジュルからの反応は？
今日ママが出勤したらこんなもんが店に放り込まれててな。
今夜中に復旧しろ。
電線を直せってことか。もし直せなかったらどうなる？
そうね、相手は姿も見たことねえ連中だし、連中の言ってることが脅しじゃなけりゃなんか仕掛けてくるかもしれないね。
Because where I live is so
絶対来るさ。あのな、ばあさんが自分の大事な店を続けたい気持ちはわからんでもないけどさ、さすがに無茶すぎ。
So I gotta go out of my way to get it.
私はここの常連客だよ。ママのことを思って用心棒を手配したってわけさ。
When I go to a town, I'm going to a busy town next week. I'll go grab one. I'm going to a bigger city for my job, so I'll go grab one that day. Yeah, we definitely don't have these, but I'll go grab one. Might go grab all the flavors actually. Yeah, do it. How many are you drinking a day? How did a bra come up? What? That okay, bro. Yeah, I'll go grab one. But no, they don't sell them here. Otherwise, I would have tried one by now. Because I actually buy an energy drink every once in a while to test out. And I like drinking them sometimes.
どこまで勝手なババアだ。とにかく冗談じゃねえ。俺はコミジュルと関わり合うのなんて絶対にごめんだぜ。絶対にだ。
そうかい？嫌ならお帰り。腰の抜けたボディーガードに払う金はないよ。
ああ、そうかい。こっちから願い下げだ。おい、帰るぞ。
すみませんでした。本当にお騒がせしました。
あんた、これからどうするつもりだ？
電線をまた引き直して、それでも揉めたら誰かにお金を借りて示談なりなんなり。
そんなのやめときな。あたしゃ納得いかないよ。
うるせえババア。そもそもてめえのせいだろ。
ばあさんの言う通りだ。納得いかねえな。
はあ？
泥棒された上、その泥棒にまた金払うなんてありえねえ。バイト代は5000円だったな。
ああ、それがママの出せる限界でね。
でも
構わねえ。俺やるぜ。
マジかよ。ちょっと待てよ。
仕事を選べる立場じゃねえんだ。人助けして金までもらえるなら願ったり叶ったりさ。
いいこと言うじゃないか。あんたはちょっと違うと思ったよ。誰かさんと違って。
このババア。
本当にいいんですか？
ねえ、男に二言はねえ。俺たちで引き受けるぜ。
ちょいマジ。
俺たち？俺も入ってんのか？
ま、やる気のねえやつはお荷物だ。嫌ならお帰り。
分かったよ、もうやるよ。やりゃいいんだろうが。
よし、話は決まったね。心強い用心棒が2人もいるんだ。営業開始と行こうじゃないか、ママ。
しかし不気味なビルだな。こんなに電線引っ張って奴ら一体何に使ってんだ？
俺が知るはずねえだろ。
飲みすぎだぜ、難波。
たった5000円ポッチで命かけろって言われてんだぞ。
そう言うなよ。死ぬと決まったわけじゃねえ。
でもよ、おかしいと思わねえか？コミジュルってのはあの建物の中に閉じこもったままで、そこの人間は大っぴらには人前に現れねえ。何十年もそうだ。そんな奴らが今さら電線を元に戻せて客のいるスナックにわざわざ乗り込んでくると思うか？
じゃあこのメッセージはただの脅しってことか？
俺はそう睨んでるぜ。偉人町の人間はコミジュルを恐れてる。それはコミジュルも分かってる。こんなもん投げ入れられたら普通はビビってすぐに言うこと聞くのが普通さ。だから石ころ投げて脅して送電戻すの待ってるんだ。戻したかなんて確認もいちいちしねえさ。
もし確認しに来てそのままほっといたら？
いやお前、もう一個また投げに来るかもな。
俺たちはずっと戻さないって決めたんだ。今はそれで済んでもいつか乗り込んでくるかもしれねえな。
だからよ、一番もう石ころで住んでる今のうちにもうこれは脅しだけだっつってまんまとばあさんほっといてずらかろうぜ。
聞こえてるよ。
たく地獄耳なばあさんだぜ。
ん？
どうした？
いや、あれ
誰もいねえじゃねえか。
いや、さっき人影が。
Ah, they're getting paranoid.
ポップコーンかよ。ビビらせやがって。
I've never had popcorn like that before. Just always done it in the microwave.
いらっしゃいませ。お客さん、うちは初めてでしたっけ？
まあな。
あの男、ハローワークにいたやつだ。
ほんとだ。あの野郎、無職のくせに飲み屋なんか来やがって。
な、うわら！やめろ！お前、コミジュルなのか？おい、待て！
邪魔すんじゃねえよ！
なんであんなことしたんだい？
雇われたんだ。あの店をめちゃくちゃにすれば大金をくれるってな。
お前を雇ったのは韓国のマフィアか？そう
Hey,
だろ。
Squigs.
知らねえ
Hey,
よ。
fam.
公園で飲んでたら声をかけられたんだ。店をぶっ壊せば100万くれるってな。邪魔するってんならてめえらも容赦しねえぞ。
手加減しねえぜ。
俺の番ね。
見てろよ。来いよ。
くそ。
The first spell.
おっしゃ、行くぞ！
Yeah. The fuck out of here. How's work, fam?
お前名前なんだっけ？ハローで呼ばれてたよな。
そうだ、松尾だ。だよな。
うるせえ。あのな、お前店を襲っただけで100万なんて簡単にもらえると思ってたのか。
お茶悪いか。お前を雇ったのはあのビルにいる韓国マフィアだ。間違いねえ。なんだ。
Looks I was alright. I'm feeling under the weather too, which is rough. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Just the weather or just overwork? How am I? I'm not too bad, dude. Getting through. No, it is.
そうかよ。お前に声かけてきたのはどんなやつだった？顔は見たんだろ？
さあな、覚えてねえよ。
てめえ
Break time!
やめろ。
What you eating, Sophie? No idea what brought it on, but you should sore throat. It's not in shit. Oh, yeah. Oof. There's a bit of that going around at the moment.
お待て。おい一番。オーナー。やめとけ一番。あそこに入ったやつは生きて帰れねえんだぞ。
あいつ笑ってやがった。
あの野郎、コミジュルに雇われたんじゃなくて、あいつがコミジュルの。
ああ、奴がコミジュルのメンバーかもな。
なんだよ。どんどんやべえことになっ
Thank
ち
you
ま
for
って
the
るじゃねえかよ。
65 stream sheet. God damn!
あいつ余って言ってたぞ。
You got curry? Nice.
そんなの知らねえ
Get
よ。
some ham sandwiches.
今そんなのどう
Man,
でも
I
いいだろ。
love ham. Hey, Nord. Eat on, fam.
一番。見ろ。
Curry! What kind of curry?
やべえ、逃げろ。
どうすんだよ。殺されちまうよ。
よし。一か八かだ。
Ooh, nice. That sounds good. Should make some curry. I haven't had curry in ages.
何してんだよ。
あんたらが雇ったやつだ。あんたらのお仲間かは知らねえけど、もうそっちに帰ったんだ。俺らも返しちゃくんねえか。ここで俺たち殺しても死体の始末ってのも大変だろ。
やめとけって。
あとそれとよ、スナックの電線の件だ。あれでスナックは廃業寸前なんだぜ。あんたらどっちみちあの店が潰れりゃ電気だって取れねえだろ。もういい加減やめてやれよ。
お前の方こそやめてくれ。
あんたらも気合の入った組織なんだってな。だったらチンケな東電なんて似合わねえだろ。やめとけよ。
もう知らねえ。俺ら死んだな。
気が済んだか。
嘘。
ありがとよ。そうこなくっちゃ。おい、帰ろうぜ。
マジかよ。
Ichi, what a badass. The Bleach Japan bit was before, right, where he threatened to throw something. Yes.
Huh?
Electricity, right? Yeah. Guess they didn't want to mess with our hired guns.
Arigatou
You really saved me. I
gozaimasu.
can't believe you really took care of it. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's taken care of.
Mata.
Hold on. Fuck, missed it. We just got a phone call, probably from the man who just was here.
Eh?
You mean Matsuri? He called.
Hi.
Yeah, he said, sorry about earlier, just leave the cab how it is. Sounds settled to me. Seriously, man, we did it, Ichiban. Yeah, was Matsuri really part of the Ichiban after all? Who cares? Problem solved. How'd you pull it off? It was nothing special. Just, what you hired me to do. Look at you serving some humble pie. Here's what I owe you.
Eh?
What is 5,000 yen each? I'm sorry, I wish I could pay more, but I still owe Hamako-san money too, and this is all I have to give.
Oh.
Just because we're home doesn't mean you get to skimp hard on us. We've risked our lives to cool it, none, but we've helped them out. That's good enough. Our life's only worth 2,500 yen.
Nah.
And let me give you some more work. If you come work at my place tomorrow, I'll give you 5,000. We call it even.
Nah.
You run a bar too. Don't be a fool. You think I'd run a hole in a wall like this? Further down the river, there's a small row of restaurants. I'm down there. Small restaurants, huh? Sounds tasty. I need you to clean one of them, and I won't accept anything less than sparkling. Got it. Thank you. See you tomorrow then. Yeah. The cum tissues had me lolling. Should have asked, what are your names?
Ooh.
Nanba. Oh, I'm Kasuga. You got a first name? Ichiban. Ichiban Kasuga. I swear it's not fake. It's a nice name. Wear it proudly. Team Silver Safe Skeleton Key. This key will allow you to open all silver safes scattered throughout the city. Huh. Do they pop up on the map? No. Doesn't look like it. Don't forget to eat. You can eat and drink at eating establishments indulging in the fashion will not only restore lost health, but also give you experience points. Certain combinations of items ordered will net you bonus experience points, so don't be afraid to mix and match. Okay. We got 1800. Fully restores HP and MP. Bouldering a certain combination of dishes from the menu. You can create combo meals and give you bonus advantages. Gyoza, edamame, pickles, original beef curry, potato wedges, pasta sticks, and spicy beef soup. Interesting. Let's just get what they recommend.
Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Gochisou-sama.
Oh, no XP. Big sad. Okay, bro. Alright, I'm gonna quickly go get some water, guys. I need some, so I'll be back in 2 seconds. 1, 2. I'm back.
Where are you?
back, sorry.
My God! Okay, it's
Yo,
happening.
Red.
Everybody stay calm.
Oh.
Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody calm down.
Why is my raid sound not going off? What? Twitch? Twitch? Wait, no, did it go off? Oh, my headset's turned off. I'm such an idiot. Hello, Red. DJ Max Respect 5. What is that? Is that what you're grinding at the moment? Or is it a rhythm type game? Oh no, I feel like I have seen this before, funny enough. Virtual scrolling rhythm game. Interesting. Dude's been playing his headset off for 3 hours. I just went up and got some water and it turned off. It's been doing that recently. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Very good, very hard. Yeah, I'm cooked. Dude, you'll be okay, Retro. When's your class? How was your stream, fam? Is that what you're achievement hunting right now? I don't think it's on PlayStation, is it? Nah, it doesn't look like it's on Steam and Xbox. Rise fighting for their life doing their tier list right now. They've done 5 games in like, I think it's been an hour to 2 hours. Oh no, they're doing someone else's tier list. I hope. Go to sleep right now and I will not make it to class. Just take the loss. Just take the loss and go to class, dude. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it. But yeah, if anyone hasn't, please follow Red. Please. Beautiful human being. Also does achievement hunting. 100%er. A lot of variety over there too. And is a much better gamer and achievement hunter than I am. Chill, I'm not hardcore hunting DJ Max right now since I am not good enough to complete it yet. There's a huge learning curve, so I'm going to try to be competent in the game before I actually start hunting it. Oof. Take to what? Just what? Just go to bed? Well, that's true. You're a better gamer. I wish, fam. And far more handsome? No. Not a chance. Dude, there was so much loud noises just then. He do be spitting. I'm glad you enjoyed it, fam. Give it a different one. I played my first rhythm game this year, actually. Funny enough. Well, last year. Played, what's this? What's the trumpet one called? It was such a weird one. I didn't play it on PlayStation. What was it? Trumpet? Trombone! There you go. Thank you. It was trombone. I was drunk for it. Rhythm games are great, just on PC though. I feel that. Yeah, it was this one. It wasn't exactly this one. I haven't told Minx about this one because she'll redeem it. I'm not having that. Oh, there's Deltarune and Undertale. Oh my god, I gotta tell Minx about that. Holy shit. That's actually peak. I did not know about that. Trombone game was so fun to watch. Oh, so hard, dude. That's one thank you. I don't know what happened last night, and I'm spring chicken today. I respect it. Dude, there was a night where I sat in Discord with Rye while he played through Trombone Champ and the hidden story. Yeah! Yeah, there seemed to be like a thing going on with that. It was a fun game. I really struggled with it, though. I've never played it like a rhythm game in my life before. So I really struggled. Shit was hectic, dude. Sucker before you get good at them, for real. For real, though. God. Unflattened. What's the platinum on this, like? It's got 4.7, though, which is insane when you get it. Yeah, I don't have it. Oh, you can do it in 5 hours, the platinum, actually. I don't think I believe the 5 out of 10. Let's be honest real quick. Let's just be realistic right now. I think 5 out of 10 is very... In VR as well? There's no fucking way, dude. This game would be hectic in VR, bro. Holy, man. 5 out of 10 is, I think, a little bit of an underestimation. And 5 hours, which is pretty insane. I've heard this Maestro game's okay. There's a shitload of DLC for this game, though. That's the Tootin' game. Darn Tootin'. I think that they're removing Beat Saber, apparently. I heard. I think they're delisting it. Which is pretty wild. Hey, Trash Goblin. How you doing, fam? Rhythm games are life! On controller, you're also bound to struggle. The delay in controller is usually way harsher than in other inputs, especially keyboard. Crypt of the Necrodance is a great example. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm never playing Crypt of the Necrodancer ever. That's never happening in a million years. They're doing Outward 2 right now, aren't they? There was some testing for that. I saw someone doing that the other day. Who was doing that I knew? Someone got invited to beta test it. Is a professional rhythm gamer. False, but appreciate the allegations. That sounds like someone that's a professional. I'm calling it. Any tips, let me know. Let them know. I'll keep the rhythm gaming to all of you guys. Let's be real right now. I'm just going to let it go. That's in Swedish, lol. I'll leave. Well, there's a rhythm game in this, isn't there? I guess a mini game. Nothing about that. Drink till you drop. In case you haven't noticed, consuming too much alcohol will get you drunk. The more booze you drink, the drunker you'll get. Sober up by drinking water or waiting for it to wear off. There are 3 levels of drunkenness, and its highest, you may end up attacking your party members in battle. That's kind of cool. You can find items by checking specific locations, such as vending machines. You find an area. Yeah. Briefcases. In the city, may cross abandoned briefcases which contain useful items. Gain access to their contents by actively but nonchalantly opening them. Nonchalantly. Alright. Though for a bit, notice being a pain in the ass right now. I need to prep for badge. All good, fam. All good. I appreciate the raid again. Make sure to look after yourself. Thank you again, seriously. I really appreciate it. I go back to work now. See you in a couple of hours. Bye-bye, Zophie. Hopefully it goes quick for you. You gonna mute audio? Alright, Jessica. Hopefully they go fast as well, fam. Only the work gods can save you now. I had a meeting this morning that went fucking 30 minutes over time nearly. That shit was hell. Get hit by a car. Yes. No. And I got nothing else to do right now, so stream's full blasting on Shaky. You not playing anything at the moment, Nord? Lucky. Hey guys. You meant jumping on some tibia? No, surely not. Oh, I didn't see a second hit. I talk to old man over here. If you let me into your party, I'll finagle your income taxes down to half? Okay, bro. I'm a sus. Hey, buddies. Oh yeah. Wait, I won't be able to. Wait. Oh yeah, didn't you want to do a Stardew community thing, Purge? Wait, I won't be able to hear a response at all. Tell me when I get back. All good, all good.
Ah, 全く信じられないざます。まだあの凶悪犯を捕まえてないざますか。
こちらもパトロールを強化しているのですが、何か事件でもあったのか。
彼のせいで川がこんなに黄ばんでるざます。
いやいや、さすがにそれほどでは。
ともかく一刻も早くタチション犯を捕まえるざます。
A golden opportunity. Fucking hell, dude.
凶悪犯ってタチションするやつのことか。まあ迷惑ではあるな。あの警官も悩んでるみたいだし。
No voice acting? Yes. Can I help you with something? Nah, but I heard that some guy draining the Dragon River. Ah, yes. You caught all that?
Oh.
Bits and pieces. Anyway, what's the holdup? Why haven't you arrested the guy? You have no idea, do you? If you catch him in the act, we lack probable cause, yet somehow the golden opportunity has never presented itself. On top of the information is only trickling in. We know we've got a menace with a leaky hose and that's it. Well, we've got toilets for that kind of thing. Crime's a crime.
Hi.
Louis Condac's what it is. Bastards ought to be penalized. Yeah, he's out there every day getting that sweet release. What the fuck? I pity the fisherman and the fish. Pretty messed up. Hope you bust him soon. That's why. Listen, you come around here often? I'd say from time to time. Well, if you ever happen to witness a guy in the act of paying the water bill in our poor river, would you help us pull the plug on him?
Oh.
You want me to like make a citizen's arrest or something? Yeah, I think you got the leverage to do it. We'll throw in a reward, of course. I'd throw him more of a patrol if I could, but we've already drained plenty of resources looking for him. I'd be damned if we piss way more. Sounds like he's giving you a rough time. Okay, then I'll help. I'll see him taking a squirt. I'll make sure he eats dirt. That's what I wanted to hear. Oh, the name's Tata. You can find me on patrol here most hours. Sweet. Kasuga, by the way. Alright, Kasuga. I'll leave the culprit to you. Contact the station if you catch him, if you would.
Oh.
Sure thing. Catch the offender. Look at that kappa. I think I remember this one, and I think he might be on the... Is he on the other side? Maybe not. I'll fight these guys real quick though. Hey, Rocky. How you doing, fam?
I need
How are you? I'm not too bad, fam. How you doing today? I need it. Well, I don't think we're gonna be able to. Maybe do we have to activate the quest? Is that what it is? Oh no, hang on. There's something over there. Your mustache is getting very Pembo-y? What do you mean? It looks like Pembo's? You're gonna make me shave it if you keep saying stuff like that, fam. Nah, Pembo's is a lot bigger than... Pembo's mustache is a lot bigger than mine, because Pembo's been growing it for like... maybe 4 years. Mine's only like 6 months old. I think Purge's mustache looks... I appreciate that. Nah, it's not that. I just don't like having the... No one wants to have the same facial hair or style as someone else, you know? I don't mind. Wait, that's him! No way. There's 4 of them? I thought it was just one guy. Maybe we can judge the culprit by their posture. It's even possible. It's definitely the... this guy, I reckon.
Oh.
Little tinkle there. Man, if you're doing what I think you're doing, you better stop. Hey, what? Jeez, you son of a bitch. I just splattered myself. I take it you're the public urinator then. Oh, is that what you could think of me? Treat me like I'm some kind of criminal? You're fucking pissing in the river! I wasn't saying it didn't look good. Nah, it's alright. I know that. It's all good. You're a criminal. Anyone who thinks he can take a sprinkle wherever he wants, whenever he wants, is definitely on the wrong side of the law. I need to trim it anyway. My mustache. It's just hard to do. The effect anybody. Stop projecting your pissing problems on me. I'm not the only one complaining. People have been saying you're polluting the river. Polluting? More like invigorating. I'm just spreading the nutrients. Come get some. Ha 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 ha. Okay, yeah. See, this is exactly why the cops are after you. Now cut that shit out. Boy, you really like the rain on my parade, don't you? Whatever, sir. A gift of passion of the public and public expression. It is my life's work, my true... Dude, this guy just lacks pissing, apparently. Holy shit. This guy's strong. Brothers brought a knife? Nice. I just finished the weirdest side quest so far. Yeah? Weirder than this one? How was your barbecue, by the way, Spicy? Oh, nuts. Alright, now come along quietly. And zip it up, man. Be decent. Ooh, figure weirder than that. Oh my god, bro. There's some weird quests in this game.
まあな。しかし、またなんでこんなに立ちションを。
大自然に解き放つ解放感とあっけなく流されていく切なさがたまんねえのさ。わかるだろう。
全くわからん。
さあ、あとは書で詳しく聞かせてもらいますよ。
くそ、こんなことになるなんて。
ご協力感謝します。おかげで犯人を捕まえられました。こちらがお礼です。また何か怪しい人物がいたらぜひ私にご連絡ください。ほら行くぞ。
ふう、一件落着だな。そういえば俺も少し尿意が。
Who was winning the race so far? Spicy's ahead right now. By about half the game.
いや、ちゃんとトイレに行かねえとな。
Making pretty good time, I think, too. It's going to come down to the final bosses and dungeons, I think, again. Game's got some nasty ones. I want to fight those guys. We're off game time. We can't really tell. It's friggin' dumb. One man's trash.
そこ一応質屋さんらしいのよ。
え？質屋ってこれゴミ屋敷ってやつだろ？こんなとこで商売なんてやってんのか？
買ってる人は見たことないわね。あんまりひどいから 役所の人が何度か説得しにここの店主に会いに来たんだけど、ここのものは全部店の商品だ、勝手なことをしたら訴えるって店主が言い張って平行線みたい。
こんなゴミが商品ね。
匂いもひどいし虫も湧くしで私たちも困ってるのよ。なんとかしてほしいんだけどね。
確かに近所にこんなのあったらきついよな。なんとかなりゃいいんだが。
Dun, 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 dun. No? Do I have to walk away and walk back? Is that what it is?
わしを見下しにわしが
俺のことなめるなよ。
おい来た。
Yeah! Get fucked up! We must have something to do. Do we do something with it? Maybe, is it during the day I have to do it? Is that what it is? Is there a way to get around the back of it? Oh yeah, hang on. Hang on, what is that? Oh, it's a silver chest.
開けてみるか。開いたぜ。
Oh, a metal bat. Oh, I can't use it.
鍵で金庫を開けられるんだな。
So I'll just go fuck
これ
myself.
からも鍵を持ってるときは積極的に金庫を開けてみるかな。
Bugger. Okay, so the side quests do act like sort of like you need to like go to a certain distance for them to activate properly. Interesting. Get this briefcase real quick. Salmon onigiri. I would love some onigiri right now. I need to start making like some rice for morning and stuff, to be honest. I need to get one of those onigiri makers. I keep forgetting to get one of those. Get fucked up! Like I said before, this is my merchandise. None of it's trash, but it's spilling out from your property. Surely you can't mean... I take it you've never heard of a little thing called roadside business? Lots of places have flags and signs outside. You got a problem with those? I just wish people from the welfare office would treat me like they do everyone else.
Oh.
Hey, wait. We're still not done talking. So that's the owner of the pawn shop. Not too big on picking up, is he? Oh, what am I going to do?
Oh.
So you're into the dump, huh? Huh? Oh, yes, excuse me, but who are you? I'm Kasuga, and I'm kind of new in town. Sounds like the neighbors are pretty, up in the arms about this place. Kasuga. Ah, so you're Kasuga-san. You've heard of me? Hey. Indeed, I've heard rumors about you from many of the city's homeless. Talk of the huge new guy on the team named Casco, even bigger hair. I'm actually with welfare services, so I have a lot of connections with the homeless. This one has returned from meetings. I only buy my onigiri from convenience stores. You can get these ones. I was looking at these spicy. You get these. Hang on. I think actually we were talking about this, weren't we? Once. Yeah, these things. And like, yeah, like they mold into them, so like they obviously end up like that. But you basically just like put whatever you want in the middle of them if you put anything in the middle, like I don't generally. And then you just like push them in. Apparently like you close them in together, so it actually like molds it into it. So you literally just put a rice bowl into it, or it'll mold properly into it and stuff like that. They're pretty good, apparently. I've had some good things. I was going to buy some and then just prep some. There's always, like, the old school ones like this and stuff, too.
Anyways, where were we, Mary? I was going to play Mario.
It makes it so much more simple, because it's really... I don't know if anyone's ever tried to make onigiri before. It's not... It's, like, sometimes it really works out really nicely, and sometimes it just fucking doesn't work at all. Like... And then there's these ones. These are the ones, these are the other ones. See, and you like put them, hang on, can I like zoom in on this? See, and you put like the fillings on one side and stuff like that. And then you put the other side on. And then it like covers it up properly. That's pretty cool. So these ones like I have like the fillings, and these ones help with like the fillings and stuff like that. So you put them in the middle on that. Yeah, they're a good idea. But yeah, shouldn't mind putting tuna mayo in there. Yeah, that's the thing. You make a bit of tuna mayo, the cans and stuff like that. Yeah. I love some sushi. Then it's a bit easy making without the mold. I know. For you, it's easy, Cheska, but not for me, fam. It's not worth the time to like. To actually like have to shape it a certain way. It'll annoy the shit out of me. So I just would rather get the mold. Especially for my missus as well. Because Rikoi couldn't be fucked doing it. I got that extra thing. Well, that doesn't count again. Gosh. It's like the bakery thing all over again. Wouldn't mind putting, yeah. But I think that they work pretty well, apparently, Spicy. If you ever, I think they're like cheap as fuck. I think they're like only a few bucks online. I think I can get them. Last time I saw them like $2, I think. So I might order some next time, honestly. What do you mean it doesn't count? Because when you have professional experience in something and then say, how the fuck can't you do that? It's like, because you've got professional experience in it. Let's see, what's the DLC for trophies? I know you just want to flex like all of your skills. I get that. A professional training baker. I've just done it so long and mostly wing it, not gonna lie. You literally said you had experience and you've had training for it. And you helped out in a bakery. What do you mean? Anyway. Yeah, they're pretty cool though, spicy. I was gonna buy some to like make some at night and then like put them in the thingo. This is fake news. You're the one that said that. What do you mean fake news? Oh my god, dude. Let me find it. Pretty sure Filipino rice would just crumble though. It's not sticky enough. Well, I think the idea is that you mold it over like, and then you wrap it straight away, spicy. But you use like sushi rice as well, spicy, I think is like the main thing, obviously. Because like the certain types of rice obviously end up doing it. But I believe like some of them you get like this. And you wrap it straight away, obviously. But people use these ones. And then you put them in the fridge overnight so they set properly. I think is like a lot of people's answer to it. Because we're the same, obviously. Like we don't use traditional Japanese rice either. Like sushi rice or anything like that. Ours is just like a long grain type rice. It's not really fucking good for anything, actually. Our rice is pretty shit for most things. It's just good for cooking for what it is. And soaking up a heap of stuff if you're going to make like a stew. But yeah. You would just pretty much, you would just buy some sushi rice. It's pretty easy to buy sushi rice though. Like, I think it's pretty standard to sell in most places now. Isn't too gluttonous. It may not stick together. Do 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 do. What kind of rice do you use, spicy? I haven't seen one yet, honestly. Rice would work, but it's worth a try. It depends what, yeah. It just depends on the rice. Some rice does work. What is traditional Filipino rice? I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. This might be just a dish though, to be fair. Well, it's not too long, is it? Oh, it's like, it's jasmine rice. Interesting. Oh, there you go. Jasmine rice. Types here, honestly. I just meant like what was like the most popular. It depends on what type you use as well. We don't use jasmine. We use, jasmine rice is good. Jasmine rice can be very sticky. If you want it to be. I like jasmine rice. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce those. I'm sorry, fam. I don't want to butcher them on here. Sound like a fucking idiot. But interesting, jasmine, hey? We, what do we have? Because we have all these different types of rices in Australia. Nothing's really popular, but like, some of them are pretty generic. Like, just literally, like, it's just called medium grain rice, and it's just a fucking fat rice, bro. That's all it is. It's not good for it's not good for anything. It's just rice. It's plain as fuck. You can't do much with it. It's just like you slap it into something, basically, like like I said, a stew or like a dish. You don't really use it for much else. So I don't tend to buy it very often because it's not very good, and it gets thick as fuck and soggy really easy. But we use basmati mainly in my house. I use sushi rice if it's on sale, but it's pretty hard. It only appears in my stores every once in a while. The long one? No, the basmati's they're pretty short. It's in like curries and stuff like that. Then again, our basmati might be different to everybody else's. That's like the thing, isn't it? Really, but ours isn't very long. Our long grain's like way long. But then again, it probably could be considered long grain. To be fair, long and thin. No, ours isn't. But then again, I don't know because like our long grain's fucking huge. Do I need to like go and buy like rice to show our like? So our standard long grain rice is massive. Like, it's literally huge. That's what I mean. Like, most of our rice that's from Australia isn't very good. It's not good for really much. Because it's just long as fuck. But it could be that. But it could be, like, mine, like, our basmati could literally be, like... To me, basmati isn't very big. So maybe, maybe I'll buy some next time. Figure out what I'll cook with it, and I'll show you guys. But our long grain's massive, and our basmati is like considered small. Everyone just pictures of their rice in the future now, so we can compare. Lol. What, you want to compare rice size? Jesus, that's so sus. Hang on. But long grain rice is really popular here. And is the standard. So it's fucking huge. But I can't find any good photos of them to really show off, like, because it just looks like rice. Yeah, funny. I should get some sushi rice, and I probably should just buy some online, to be honest. There's an Asian store here, but it sells out so quickly. Everyone posts pictures. You just got a $5 sushi and basmati. You're nice. 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 Sounds good. So you guys have jasmine, hey? I like jasmine rice. What about a Boreo? Do you guys use a Boreo much? Probably butchering that name too. I fucking put in a Boreo and it was like abortion? No. What the fuck, dude? We mainly use it, obviously, for like, you know, porridge and, you know, stews and stuff. And risotto. Job's in the last one I need to buy. I'm almost out. Luigi board? Pegrin. Okay, bro. Okay. We'll get back to the game. Sorry, guys. I got fucking distracted there. But I think that actually should work, funny enough, Spicy. You should just search up, like, a recipe. Hang on. I would just go and buy sushi rice. I would just order it online, because that's me. Because it's actually not that expensive. It's not that expensive to get stuff like that. Yeah. Not as expensive as you think. No, it doesn't look like this person in this recipe does anything with the rice itself. Damn, they're searing their onigiri too. They're doing tuna, wasabi, mayo, and masago, caramelized tiny shrimp, and pickled vegetable seasoned egg. Goddamn, bro. Brother's eating good. No, it says it works. We can't see. I know. I know. It looks like it works. And it says, like, as Jessica said, with the white vinegar, apparently that still works quite well. Apparently. Even with the jasmine. I was just wondering whether there would be a difference, what they would use. She seemed to have seared them as well. Look at all these games that I've bought that are like fucking hanging around. Jesus, bro. Anyway. Yeah, it looks like it'll work with a standard recipe, apparently, Spicy. Which is good to know. Even for me, I might try that myself.
Do you think you took a clip of it? If you think you took a clip of it, it's worth it. Waste my points for a random amount of points.
Substitute with jasmine or any other type of rice.
Anyone? This is a music video of all time. You guys remember this? Kick the ball.
Do we want to see Purge's secret that he don't show us? I bet one screen just has his birthday just out of reach. Yep, absolutely. A few screens with all more sussy stuff on there. What, a third screen? My hidden Steam account. My Twitter. Anyway, I got distracted there. Apologies. All the birds. Oh, copyright.
Easy.
Okay, I'll help, seeing as you got your hands full.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you. I'll get Gumi-san right now. All them eagles. Never would have guessed the doorbells be there. What is it now? Huh. Who are you? You look like Yakuza. Oh, I see. So even the welfare officer's in their pocket. Is that it? I'm not sure you're getting at. This is Kasuga-san. He just recently moved in. He wanted to express his feelings about the state of your shop. I'll bet. Come on, guy. Guy's Yakuza, though, and through. I'm not Yakuza. I'm just another citizen like you. Nah. So tell me, you ever think about cleaning up all this crap up? It's not crap. This is a pawn shop. There's all respectable merchandise. I'm not getting rid of it. Yo, doesn't it look like he's too big on changing his tune? He sure is stubborn. There's gonna be something that'll win this guy over.
Nah.
Hey, everything here's for sale, right? That's right. Quality merchandise, not trash, and there's no need to throw it away. And how much do you want for it? Huh? What? If I buy it, it's all mine. I can do whatever I want with it. How much do you want? 10 million. And not a yen less. 10 million? How do you figure all the trash is worth 10 mil? What are you gonna do? You really gonna buy it? Deal. Oh yeah, right. Like you've got that kind of money. You can't fool me. Oh, I gotta see. I see. Gotta say, you really had me going there for a second. I'm afraid we're done talking here. Can't say I didn't see that coming. This is usually the part where I get chased off.
Yeah.
No, don't think he's looking to chase us. You just couldn't leave me alone, no matter how much I asked you. Pushed me to the edge. We edging with the homies. Gotta protect the shop. It's mine. No one can take it away from me. I'll make sure you never bother me again. There's definitely a first. Damn, no way out of this one. All you gotta do. Dun, 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 dun. Headbutt barrage! All the rice and sushi talk. Now I'm gonna go get some sushi. I respect it. I haven't had sushi in forever. There's no good sushi places where I live. Sadly.
なあ、あんた。なんでそんなにゴミを処分したがらねえんだ。
これはゴミじゃねえ。俺と妻の思い出なんだ。
思い出？
この店はもともと俺ら夫婦で切り盛りしてたんだ。大した稼ぎはなかったが、それでも楽しくやっていた。
ああ、そういえば元はちゃんとした店だったらしいな。
だがある日、家内が店番中に倒れてしまってな。発見が遅かったせいでそのまま死んじまったよ。上ごとで最後まで店の心配をしてたらしい。その時俺はといえば家内を置いて外で遊んでた。最低だよな。俺が殺したようなもんなんだ。俺が店にいればあいつは助かったはずなのに、その死に目にも会えねえなんて。
ゴミさん。
それからなんとか一人で店を続けていたんだが、客に商品を渡す時にふと思っちまったんだよ。この七草はあいつが鑑定したものなんじゃないかってな。そう考え始めたら、この中にあるもの全てに家内の魂が宿っているように思えてきてよ。それ以来何かを捨てるのが怖くなった。あいつごと捨ててしまうことになるんじゃねえかと考えちまうんだ。そして気づいたらこのありさまさ。商品なんて言っていたが、売る気なんかそろそろねえ。俺だってダメなことぐらい分かってんだ。でもよ、あいつが触れていたかもしれねえ塵一つ、俺はもう失いたくねえんだ。
あんたの気持ちは分かった。嫁さんを失ったのは本当に辛かっただろうな。だがよ、あんたの嫁が最後まで気にしていたその店ってのは今どこにあるんだ。俺は近所の人に言われるまでここが店だなんて分からなかった。どこを見てもゴミばっかりだ。二人で守ってきた大切な店がゴミに隠れて見えなくなっちまってるぜ。嫁さんの魂が宿っているとすれば、そりゃそこらに散らばってるゴミなんかじゃねえ。この店なんじゃねえのか。
ゴミさん、お二人の大切なお店取り戻しませんか？
キヨコ。
Right, now I want some onigiri. Fuck my life. What have I done?
業者の方は手配しておきました。近々撤去作業が開始されます。
ご迷惑をおかけいたしました。
それは俺よりも近所の人に言ってやりな。それでこれからあんたはどうするんだ？
この店をきれいにしてまた質屋をちゃんと営んでいこうと思います。家 家内が守ってくれた大切な店です。どこかで見ていてくれるなら胸を張って見せられるように営業していかないと。
そうか。それじゃそのうち俺も利用させてもらうぜ。
春日さん、本当にありがとうございました。今日はうちの課長に堂々と報告ができそうです。これはお礼の気持ちです。
福祉課だったか。あんたも頑張れよ。昇進したら炊き出しの豚汁の肉をもっと増やしてくれや。
そうですね。頑張って掛け合ってみます。
じゃあ俺はそろそろ行くぜ。またな。
はい。
Like they love to yap even more than me, for real. The amount of detail they go into it. Pretty insane.
俺もたまには片付けしねえとな。
Just keep it like side content. I don't mind the yapping too much. Oh, it's like unlocked the shop too. Nice. Is there any other side content? I feel like there was one up here. Do I need to actually like explore to find these? Righto, we'll go do that then. If you get a pawn shop, you can sell everything except for valuables in pawn shops. Nice. Like, imagine if you were playing this game and you weren't doing like all the side content. Holy load. Getting so fucked.
俺の番だな。
That was rude.
行くぞ。勝ちだ。
何見てんだよ。
Hey guys. Even more than me. Why would you even play the game not to do sub-squares? Like, what the fuck? People do though. People don't do any, like people play JRPGs and don't do any side quests at all. As well, like and like games like that. It's pretty insane. It's wild to think about, but I've got mates who do it. I got a mate who finished Final Fantasy 15 in like 13 hours because he didn't do anything. Oh, I'm in an area I shouldn't be. Wow, yeah, you can do it quickly. Oh, fuck, get out of here. Oh shit. I forgot about the running away animation. But no, seriously, I need to get out of this area. I forgot, there's like a pretty hard dungeon here. Just one of these guys. Oh, that's okay. Cool. I think the fastest I beat Final Fantasy 15 with no side content though Well, when I was trying to go as fast as I could, I think it was 19 hours, so... Even then... There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, I don't think we'll do any more. I forgot that, like, there are higher level enemies in this area. I won't be able to defeat them, any of them. Oh, fuck out of here. Is there a race to who gets the plaque first? Yes! Yeah, me and Spicy are currently doing it. Not first, sorry. Who can do it the fastest? Because me and Spicy, like, work pretty different work schedules and... got pretty different schedules and we both work crazy different hours. We can't really race like that because we'd have to set up times and stuff to do things. I think Spicy would definitely beat the game before me. He beat Metaphor before me. But yeah, it's on game time on our saves, basically. The play time is what we're going by for this.
いや、あれは竜じゃねえ。竜魚だ。竜魚。ああ。本当は竜を掘りたかったんだけどよ。
Well, we got a job to do tomorrow. Better make sure we don't ever sleep. Yeah, good night. Oh, he's gonna sleep in the box. Fucking hell, dude. Purge is gonna win, guys. Nah, I think Spicy will have me in the end. Spicy's a better gamer than I am. So it's just down the river, as I recall. I think it's really gonna come down to a lot of skill-based stuff in the end as well. I'm gonna win. Hey, buddy. All good fun there. Yeah. Yeah, we're not doing a proper contest. Oh, hi-yo. Apart from the pirate one.
大きな、今日はもう店じまいだよ。おーい、上のみんなも一旦出てっておくれ。
なんなのよ、こんな時間に。もう少し寝かせてよ、浜子さ
ん。今から掃除が入るよ。みんな夕方まで出かけてな。
The pirate one's meant to be pretty good. I've heard.
昨日、あんた何？5人も相手してくたくたよ。
小料理やってこういうことか。
まかないはなさそうだな。
チェリすぎて埃も出ねえよ。
おい一番、このティッシュ拾ってくれよ。
てめえでやれよ、仕事だろ。
仕事でも触りたくねえもんは触りたくねえんだよ。
わがまま言ってると一生ホームレスのままだぞ。
俺は潔癖症のホームレスなんだ。
アホか。
違法風俗反対。近親町から撤退せよ。
Ew. I accidentally touched those tissues in my life once.
川沿いの飲食店経営者に注。こちらはブリーチジャパン横浜地区リーダー久米である。違法風俗反対。近親町から撤退せよ。川沿いの飲食店経営者に注。こちらはブリーチジャパン。
なんだあれ。
知らないのか。ブリーチジャパンだよ。
違法風俗反対。近親町から撤退せよ。
ブリーチジャパン。
いわゆる NPO ってやつだ。もう14、15年前か。
This,
全
yeah.
て
I knew
の
what
グレ
you
ーゾ
meant.
ーンを白色にってスローガンで世の中に出てきたんだ。
Big.
世の中には白黒つけがたいグレーな
I
領域が
remember
ある。
this. I remember this part.
厳密には法に触れてるが、昔からの習慣で警察も目をつぶってる部分さ。
I'm only just past
そ
this
こが犯
point.
罪の温床になっているって主張してグレーゾーンに切り込んだのが奴らさ。ブリーチってのは漂白って意味だよ。
グレーゾーンを漂白か。
うん。横浜だけじゃなく全国に支部がある。で、そのブリーチジャパンの設立者が青木亮だ。
青木亮。
今の東京都知事だよ。
それって町の浄化作戦をやったっていう。確かカムロ町三景作戦。
うん、分かってるじゃねえか。青木亮は時代の寵児になってテレビや雑誌に引っ張りだこ。今じゃ東京都知事だ。政界に進出するタイミングでブリーチジャパンの代表は降りたが、今でも青木のカリスマ性は衰えちゃいねえ。だからあんなに若者が集まるのさ。
もしかしてあいつらがここに集まった理由ってのは。
こちらの店舗は飲食店として役所に届けております。しかし2階に上がった客は食事など食べません。中階の女性が運んでくるのはお茶だけなのです。では客の男は中階と何をしているのでしょうか。それはいかがわしい行為に他なりません。近所に住む人間なら誰だって知っていることです。れっきとした犯罪行為が何十年にもわたって堂々と行われているのです。しかし働かされる女性の多くは店に洗脳され、その重大さに気づいておりません。犯罪に加担する哀れな女性をなくすため、我々ブリーチジャパンは店の撤退を訴えます。
じゃかしいんだよガキンチョどもが。ここの女たちは頑張って働いてるだけさ。
頑張っていれば犯罪も許されるんですか。
お前らみたいな鬼さんにどうこう言われる筋合いないんだよ。
だったらなぜ飲食店として営業許可を取ってるんですか。やましい気持ちがあるからでしょ
う。守るもんのためには仕方ねえ時もあんだ
よ。守るものとは何ですか。借金の返済日ですか。ローンの支払いですか。
バカ野郎。お前ら体張る女たちを何だと思ってんだ。病気の親を面倒見る娘もいりゃ、幼い子供を抱える母だっていいんだよ。みんなここが最後の砦になってんだ。
聞きましたか皆さん。犯罪で稼いだお金で我が子を育てる女性がいるそうです。その子が将来親の仕事を知ったらどう思うでしょうか。深く傷つき親を恨むでしょう。
職業なんて関係ねえ。どんな親を持ったって幸せになる子はなるんだ。
じゃあ連れてきてくださいよ。風俗嬢を親に持って幸せだってお子さんを。
いちいち上げ足取るんじゃねえ。さっさとここから消えな。
ほらいないでしょ。風俗嬢を親に持って幸せな子供なんて
ここにいるぜ。2階のゴミ箱に入ってたいろんなもんの詰め合わせだ。ばらまいてやっから受け取んな。
それってもしかして。
そらよ。
なかなかやるじゃないか一番。
Fear the come! Fear the children! The next generation that never was. Should bleach his ass. Started protesting in his. Now we're marching around almost every week. A lot of places have shut down thanks to them, but you're holding out all the girls you got here, right? Most of them don't have Japanese citizenship. The children or grandchildren of the illegal immigrants are shut down. Where would they go? If we're being honest, they'd probably fall in with some leeches who'd skim off most of their earnings, so... But I can protect them myself, you know.
Nah.
Can you keep it up? You know, I own the place, but I'm just leasing land. If the owner told me to leave, then it'd be the end of it.
Oh?
Come back for more trash, fellas?
Hi.
You really did a number on us this afternoon. You're still out here protesting at this area. Do you even have a permit? No, this isn't protest. Bleach Japan helps the downtrodden in week 2. Sometimes that means giving people like these guys our support. They were just hanging around a hamburger joint in front of the station. They've lived on cheap, processed food their whole lives. They don't even know what a good meal tastes like, and they can stunt you off rope. So we're trying to give them an opportunity here. Tonight, Bleach Japan will cover the bill. What are you getting at? Oh, I just thought I'd take these boys to a feast and some high-class cooking from this fine establishment. So that's your angle. You really thought this through.
Oh.
Hold up. What's the point of taking them somewhere with no food? That's exactly what he wants to hear. My permit says I run a restaurant, so I can't refuse. What are you going to do then? Guess I'll feed them until the money runs out. I suppose my part is at an end here. I'll leave you enjoy your meal. That is if they really have any food to serve. Looking forward to hearing all about it. Bye for now, then.
Oh.
Meaning tonight, old lady. I'm afraid all I've got left are some stale crackers, 10,000 yen each. Eat up. Huh? You fucking with us, Granny? Oh, not a fan of crackers. I have some cookies. I think they're a little moldy, though. You call that food? Well, I wouldn't eat it, but I think it's appropriate for the occasion.
Oi.
No, I totally forgot. Hey, you take us for fools? Calm down, fellas. Perfectly allowed to be dissatisfied customers. Yeah, get us some real food.
Oi.
Oh, shut up. Stop complaining, get out of here. And I see, and you're saying this place doesn't have anything to eat. Guess we'll go tell Beach to give us money then. You're gonna pretend there wasn't your goal from the start. That sob story was thin paper. You guys got hired to mess with her business, so get out of here. Ow, hey, the old guy's getting violent with us. You gonna hit us first? So it's self-defense. Beat the shit out of him. Eat my ass, brother. The fuck out of here! Awakening Dragon. Another trophy, level 10 with Kasuga.
強くなった気がするぜ。
Number 4 of 63, guys.
一つ上の男。
Ba-da-dum.
くそ、親父のくせに次に見かけたらただじゃおかねえぞ。
その元気がありゃちった親孝行に向けるこったね。
63, 60. Oh, damn, yeah, thank you.
ブリーチジャパン
Don't
が
know why
こ
we're
こ
at
ま
the
です
7.
る連中だったとはな。
ひでえな。奴らの目的ってのは本当にグレーな部分をなくすことなのか。
あの連中の大義名分は立派でも本音は支援金もらうのが目的なんだろうね。大義名分があるとはいえやってることは結局いじめさ。嫌な時代だね。
さてと、すっかり遅くなったし帰るか。
あ
あ。悪いね、二度も助けられちまって。
どういたしまして。また掃除が必要な時は呼んでよ。
ちょっと待ちね。
ん？
あんたたちホームレスなんだろ？ここに住まないかい？2階の一部屋を貸してやるよ。
え？本当にいいのか？それは助かるぜ。
でも一部屋潰す余裕なんてあんのか？女の子の仕事が減って金に困るんじゃ。
別に私はお人よしでかそってんじゃないんだよ。あんたたちに部屋を貸すと居住権ってもんが発生する。それが私の狙いってことよ。
狙いって居住権ってのが俺らにあるとどうなるんだよ。
頭悪いね。あんたらはここに住む権利があるって法律的に主張できるのさ。
PC's upgrade now. Did it myself with the cords were a pain. Yep. Yeah, yep. The cords suck dick.
そうだよ。でも住んでるところはまた別さ。ここは単なる店舗だからね。
You're a flat tire at work, for fuck's sakes. Unlike you, dude. I'm sorry to hear that.
そっか、なるほど。
それにここの土地と建物は借り物だよ。ブリッジジャパンの連中がここの所有者をけしかけてあたしらを立ち退かせようとするかもしれないからね。
確かにやりかねねえな。
でも居住権ってのはこれがなかなか手強い権利でね。それさえありゃ土地と建物を所有してたって住んでる人間を簡単に追い出すことはできなくなるのさ。
なるほどね。俺たちが住むことで店を守る最後の防波堤になるってわけか。
やっと分かったようだね。
本当に住ませてくれるのか？本当に俺らでいいのか？
ま、店の子たちだと国籍がないから賃貸契約が結べなくてね。仕方なしさ。冗談だよ。スナックの意見を見込んでこっちからの頼みさ。
分かった。住み込みのガードマンやらせてもらうぜ。
その代わり途中で出ていくなんて許さないよ。ブリーチジャパンが偉人町から去るまではきっちり面倒見てもらうよ。
分かってるよ。恩に着るぜ。
お見ろ一番、天井があるぞ。天井が。
おお、これが俺たちの城だ。立派なもんだぜ。
最高だぜ。布団もふかふか。いや、やっぱしけてんな。
それくらいなんだよ。
俺は潔癖なんだよ。
その布団の匂いにはこの店の歴史と年季が詰まってんだよ。
しかしホームレスから脱出できるなんて思ってもみなかったな。ありがとうな、一番。
バカ、礼を言うのは俺の方じゃねえか。難波がいなかったら俺は死んでたんだぜ。なあ、難波って看護師だったんだろ。
まあな。
なんで辞めちまったんだ。
病院の薬をくすねて闇で売ってたんだ。結構いい金になってよ。そのうち海外の医薬品まで仕入れるようになってな。手を広げすぎたらあっという間にバレちまった。まあ、おかげで看護師免許は剥奪されちまった。
だよそれ、またバカなことやっちまったな。
後悔してるよ。
でもここからやり直しはいいじゃねえか。看護師は無理でもまた新しい目標だってできるだろう。
簡単に言うなよ。そういう一番はなんか目標があんのか。
いや、わかんねえ。ずっと追いかけてきた背中が目の前から消えちまったんだ。俺はその背中しか見てこなかったから他のことなんて。
組長さんのことか。まあお前なら何だってできるだろう。
簡単に言うなよ。もう40超えてんだぜ。
お前さっき俺には随分簡単に言ってくれたくせによ。
だったな、悪い。
目標か。一番よ、お前子供の頃何になりたかった？
なんだっけな。
もったいぶるなよ。照れてんのか？
ガキの頃俺は勇者になりたかったな。
あ？勇者？どういうこと？
ドラクエに出てくんだろ、あの勇者だよ。
それゲームのキャラだろ。ありえねえよ。
悪いかよ。
いや、まあ
そんなの自由だろ。なりたいもんになりてって、そんな夢見るくらいは自由だろ。
だよな、一番。
Damn, the BGM's gone loud.
なりゃいいじゃねえかよ、勇者。なるべきだ。
やめてくれよ。それガキの頃に思ってただけで。
でも今目標はねえんだろ。じゃあ残ってる目標はそれしかねえじゃねえか。
酔っ払ったのか？大体そんなの職業でもねえし。
そりゃ職業じゃねえよ。でも勇者ってのはスライム倒していつか成り上がってなるもんだろ。生き様だろ。
成り上がる生き様か。
そうさ。お前なら今からだって成り上がれるぜ。
40過ぎて成り上がりか。悪くねえな。成り上がりって生き様、一丁ドーンとかましてみっか。
おう、その息だ一番。
俺たちの輝かしい未来に乾杯だ。
未来の勇者にな。
乾杯。
勘弁してくれ。今度はあの店必ずぶっ潰すから。失敗して悪かった。金だってもういらねえから、もう一回チャンスを。あの邪魔した二人は 俺が必ず始末する。あのままじゃあんたらも困るだろうな。
네가 걱정할 필요는 없어. 가게에는 전화해두었다. 나머지는 우리가 알아서 처리하지.
なんて言ったんだ。
お前のようなクズを雇ったのが間違いだった。
죽어라.
Oh. Shit, wasn't expecting that. Heroes and Villains, Chapter 3. Six hours in. We're averaging about 2 hours a chapter right now.
お疲れさん。また今夜な。遊び歩いて無駄遣いするんじゃないよ。はーい。また今夜。
誰だてめえ。なんだ泥棒か。俺だよ俺。あたちさん。
何なんだこの人。知り合いか。
神奈川県警の元刑事さんだ。
刑事？
元刑事。直近じゃ免許センターの職員だよ。
でもよくここが分かったな、足立さん。あんたの方はあの後大丈夫だったんすか？
大丈夫。いやそうでもねえな。クビになったよ警察。あとちょっとで夢の満額退職金だったのにな。あっさり懲戒免職だ。
じゃああんたはたった一人でこの場所見つけ出したのか。
春日には俺からスマホを渡してたんだね。
あ、そうだよ。だったら来る前に連絡くれりゃよかったのに。
連絡つかなかったのはそっちだろう。まあ撃たれた挙句ホームレスやってたんじゃスマホの充電もできなかったわけだ。
俺の体より携帯の心配？
スマホが切れてたからお前の居所が分かんなかったんだ。
は？
GPS だよ。っていやお前には分かんねえか。
なんだよ感情悪いな。
スマホは人工衛星使ってその位置を特定できるんだ。そのシステムが GPS。 そいつでこの人はお前の居場所を突き止めたってことよ。今ので分かったか？
いや、多分ね。それより足立さん、警察クビになったってのは？
カムロ町での建造物侵入、傷害、公務執行妨害。役満で懲戒免職だ。起訴されねえだけありがたく思えとさ。
それやっぱ俺のせい？
当たり前じゃねえか。
なんでまたそんなことに？
あんた春日がカムロ町で撃たれたって話は？
うん、聞いてるよ。
撃たれた場所は警視庁と年頃にしてる近江連合幹部会の場だ。俺は春日がそこへ忍び込んでいくのを手助けした。それを誠にけしからんとご立腹なのが警視庁で、我が神奈川県警はそのお怒りごもっともでと俺をクビにして一件落着とした。
すまねえ足立さん。
悪いと思ってんなら協力しろや春日。俺はまだ総監を諦めちゃいねえ。
総監？
警視総監だよ。
警視総監がなんだよ。
あいつは近江連合と癒着してるはずなんだ。連中のカムロ町進出をおめこぼしする見返りにな。俺はその裏をつかみてえ。
そんなの一番に何ができるってんだよ。
警視総監と繋がってんのは近江連合若頭代行の荒川真澄。春日は昔その子分だった。こないだ胸を撃たれるまではな。だろ？
今でも俺はおやっさんの子分だ。
おめでたいね。
つってもクビになったおまわりが警視総監相手にどうする気よ。
まあ平たく言いや復讐だ。
復讐？
話は20年前に遡る。資産家の老夫婦が強盗に殺されたって山があってな。星は近所で失業中の前科者で、俺がこの手でワッパーかけた久住という男だった。だが裁判の直前になってそいつは犯行時刻に別の場所で目撃されていたと分かった。つまりアリバイがあったんだ。皮肉なことにその証言も俺が聞き込んできたもんだった。
それで
俺はすぐ捜査本部に報告した。その時県警はすぐに久住を釈放するべきだった。
でもそうはならなかった。
ええ、アリバイの証言は固いと少なくとも現場はそう感じていた。だが上は目撃した証人に何度も本当かと問い続けた。そこまで言われると自信がないと言わせるまで徹底的に執拗にだ。
なんでだよ。
神奈川県警本部長様の指示でだ。そいつが今の警視総監堀之内十郎よ。
その指示の理由は？
当時奴には神奈川県警から警視庁へ転任するって内定が出ていた。ところが起訴した容疑者がシロだったとなりゃ大事だ。本部長の堀之内は尻拭きに追われて転任どころじゃない。だから目撃証言を取り下げさせた。
なんだよそれ。
本当にシロなら他にも無実の証拠が出てたはずだと奴はそう言い放った。で結局逮捕した党の刑事たちさえシロと見てた被告人に実刑が17年。久住はかみさんや子供を残したまま首を吊ったよ。獄中でな。
そん時堀之内は
新天地の警視庁で知らん顔さ。
胸くそ悪い。
神奈川県警には偉人さんと癒着する警官が多いんでな。いつ身内が不祥事を起こしてもおかしくねえ。だからお偉いさんは早いとこ神奈川を離れたがるんだ。てめえの任期中に問題が起きねえうちにな。
だからってそれで無実の人間を？ふざけすぎだろ。
当時まだ青かった俺もそう思った。だから幻のアリバイ証言をマスコミにリークしてやった。だが堀之内はボンクラのエリートじゃなかった。元公安の実力者よ。人脈も半端じゃなかった。俺が情報を流したマスコミ各社はすぐ堀之内へのご中心に回った。リークした情報は一切世に出ず、俺には免許センター行きの辞令が来た。クビにされなかったのは堀之内の余裕ってとこか。
そいつが今や警視総監殿ってわけか。
俺も全部忘れちまえば済むんだろうがな。そうなると首つったくすみにあの世で合わせる顔がねえ。
男が3人も集まって何乳くり合ってんだい？
ああ、浜子さんおはよう。この人は元神奈川県警の。
何がおはようだ。もう10時だよ。あんたたち今日はハローワークに行って仕事を探すんじゃなかったのかい？
あ、やっべえ。そうだった。早く行かねえといい求人が取られちまう。 悪いな、アダさん。俺ら仕事見つけに行かねえと。
だったら俺も一緒に行くぜ。
え、なんで？
俺だって今無職の無一文よ。
無一文？少しくらいはあんだろう、貯金とか。
ねえってそんなもん。退職金が頼みの綱だったんだからよ。貯金なんて小学生のお年玉以来したことねえよ。だから退職金当てにしてたんだけどな。ちくしょう。
免許センター勤めのくせにただのダメ人間じゃねえかよ。
うるせえ。俺は酒と女に金使うのが唯一の趣味だったんだよ。ほら、さっさとハロワ行くぞ。
Goddamn right. Deadbeat to freelancer. Nice. Dutch Minis detective giving him professional grade defense against rage, fear, and sleep. Okay. Moshi moshi. Ooh. Hey, what's that thing? Something stuck on the ground. I think it's a bat. Why the hell is there a bat stuck on the ground? Who knows? Probably some kind of lame prank. It's just.
Nah.
Hey, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm trying to pull this damn bat out. I bet if we pawned it, we could get a few hundred yen. No dice. Yeah, it's really stuck in there. Adachi-san, you're strong. You give it a shot.
No.
Sure, let me at it. Damn, I won't budge. Must be pretty wedged in there if my guns can't do it. You two people are pathetic. I'll show you how it's done. What the fuck, dude? I'm the man. Damn. Credit where it's due, I guess. But what did you do differently than I did? I bet only the Trojan hero could pull it out. Oh, of course, I forgot we have a hero I miss. A hero, You know, the RPG is always some holy sword only the hero can pick up. Katsuko here has been quested to become a hero since he was a kid.
Soda.
I mean, kinda. Oh, well, that dirty old bat isn't exactly a holy sword. Leave it to reality to crush the fantasy. The holy sword of the hero. Ha. I'll be the savior of this world! That's the spirit, Chiban. You actually look the part. If your knuckleheads are done role-playing, shall we go find some damn jobs?
No.
Hey guys, you having a good time? Well, sorry, but we're dad hunters, so make this simple and fork over all your cash. We don't actually have any. Privileged cheese and no cash? Yeah, right. You'll need to lie better than that, you old bastards. Damn, the truth really hurts when punks call you out on it.
Oh.
Hey, Miss Terry, feel like using that holy sword to smite some monsters. Yeah, good idea. Come on. Oh, that's right. Things start transforming, hey. Whoa, what just happened?
こいつら変身しなかったか。
ああ？何言ってんだお前。勇者がどうとか妄想が過ぎるんじゃねえか。現実見ろよ、無職さん。
俺だけ？まあいいや。へへへ、こっちの方が面白いや。
俺の番ね。
よそ見
ほら来いよ。とっておき。
ほらほら。ほらほら。俺の番か。
やんのか。
なめんなよ。
The game's getting hard just because he has a wild imagination. Is wild for real.
見せてやるよ。ほら来いよ。してみろ。暗いな。
おい来た。
なめんな。行くぞ。
やってやるぞ。
どうするかね。ほら来いよ。
くぞ。仕留める。俺の番ね。俺の番だな。俺の番か。なめんなよ。行くぜ。
Fuck yeah. Get fucked up, bro.
よっしゃまた強くなっちまったか。
Hell yeah, bro.
やれやれだぜ。俺らに金よこせなんて見る目のねえ野郎だ。
なあ、さっき戦ってる最中によ、本当にこいつら変身して見えなかったか？いや、本当に変身して見えたんだって。
大した妄想力の勇者様だな。
妄想？さっきのは俺の妄想だったのか？
まあお前は思い込んだら止まらねえタイプの人間だからな。自分が勇者だと強く思い込みすぎて敵がモンスターみたく見えたんじゃねえか？
思い込みか。
まあでもそれくらい思い込みが激しいやつじゃねえと勇者なんてなれねえかもしれねえな。要は自称だろ、自称。なら思い込んだもん勝ちかもしれねえぜ。
そうか、そうだよな。よし、やっぱり俺は勇者だ。勇者になるぜ。
Enemies throughout the city will change their appearance according to Casca's wild imagination.
まったく調子のいいやつだぜ。じゃあさっさとハローワークに行くぞ、勇者よ。今の勇者様のパーティーには薬草を買う金すらねえんだからな。
そうだな。まずは金だな。ドラクエと同じだ。本当に人生は RPG だな。
Life is just an RPG. I wish I could see the world like that. Life is just a platinum trophy.
おじさん、昨日僕誕生日だったんだ。
そうなのかい。じゃあ何かプレゼントをあげねばな。
それは別にいいよ。ごめんね、僕もおねだりするみたいになっちゃって。
いやいや、その年の誕生日は一度きりなんじゃ。わしもお祝いさせてくれ。
でもおじさんホームレスだよね。
確かにそうじゃが、
おじさん生きていくのに精一杯でしょ。気持ちだけで十分だよ。ありがとう。
そうか。翔太君は優しいな。
そろそろ塾の時間だ。もう行かなきゃ。またね、おじさん。
ああ、気をつけてな。
探しに行くのは難しそうだし、あのじいさんにでも渡しておくか。
Oh. Kasuga, pretty sure this is a handkerchief belonged to the kid you were talking to earlier. My name's Jinai, yeah. I'm sure to give it to him next time he comes around. Shuriken's a good kid. I saw him around the river fairly often, so I tried talking to him. And to my surprise, he was willing to stick around. Oh boy, here we go. Before long, Shuriken would start telling me what happened at school, and I'd tell him stories about the good old days. That's right, that's why he wanted to get him the present. The long and short of it, anyway. To tell the truth, I have a son about Shuriken's age. Whenever I look at him, I can't help but see my son. Wasn't able to do anything remotely parent-like at the time for my boy, and it's not exactly atonement, but I think I could try and do something for Shota. Right, that's not a bad thing. Want to do something like that? Just don't go over it, yeah? Yeah. What, we're not going to help him? My brother. Where was that other one? Oh, in the middle here. Hang on. Run, damn you, run! Let me beat these guys up and then we'll come. Hell yeah. I just remembered I actually have like a better bat, I think, on me. I do. Holy shit, it's way better. Holy fuck. I'll be back in a second, guys.
Where are you? Where are you?
Sorry guys, I was just saying goodnight to Rikoi. Oh, we don't have 2 bindings? I thought we did. Continue on. Might save actually, since we just added a heap of items. Hang on, what game is that one? PIA. The fuck's PIA? Oh, it's slots. I don't know if I'm allowed to play that on stream. Your guy is friends with Schroeder Kid. Yeah. Ew. Go find a present for the kid. Oh, hey there about that. Any idea what the kids like these days? As far as I might, I just couldn't think of anything Schroeder would like. I figured maybe you'd know more about that. You ever ask him about what he likes and stuff? Well, I do see him reading books a lot, but he's kind of reserved on that front. Doesn't exactly tell me what those sorts of things. What to do? Anything come to mind? But a kid a bookshelf. He reads a lot, so that'd be cool, right? You really think the kid today will want a bookshelf?
Yeah.
I think what's more important is what you put forward into it. Well, that's fair. Bookshelf shouldn't be too hard to make. Alright, let's go with that. Cool. A bookshelf it is. Well, good luck with that. Well, I know it's a bit selfish, Darks, but you think you can help me out with building the bookshelf? Even just gathering materials. I've never done something like this before.
Easy.
Alright, sure. I'm the one who suggested it. Might as well help out. I got an AKA with 16 bites off sushi. God damn. I'll get the tools if I can leave the wooden nails to you. Oh. Yeah, you got it. I'll meet you back over here when we first met once I'm done. Sounds good. South of the Sakura River Street. I'm counting on you, Kasuga-san. Kasuga-san! Cool. So we need to gather materials. Pharmacy, Chicken del Sol. Oh, hang on, maybe I need to go over there, do I? Hang on, let's go to this one first. Freedom! Yes, yes! Hi, rambling men. Stardew. I think those enemies over there will be too high level for me. I'm pretty sure. It's snowing. Nice. What game's that? Oh, that's Shogi over there, right? Shogi Can Quest. That's slot machines. Oh shit, these guys are strong. Get fucked on! The air is so cold to breathe. Right, more suits up here. Destroy them! Come on, bruh. God, they do some damage, these guys. Fucking hell. Minus 6 degrees feels like minus 12 right now. I got clear weather, minus 15 in the sun. Nice. I want sun. Oh, fuck out of here. Okay, I need to buy some Monogiri. I want sunlight. Dun, 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 dun. Ah!
Oh!
You'll never get strong with a stance like that. I'll show you how it's done. Hold out the board and get ready. Ha!
Oh?
So asked me to get the wood for that bookshelf he's building. Maybe they'll let me have some of those boards.
Nah.
Hey, you think I could have a few of those boards? I'm trying to build a bookshelf. Well, we're using these for training actually. I feel like you can provide an adequate substitute. That would be agreeable. Alright, I'll make a opponent, then those boards. Good to hear, just know we won't be holding back. Let the battle begin!
してみろ。行くぞ。行くぜ。
どうするかね。俺の番ね。
よし、行くぞ。
Okay, so he's good for finishing those big boys.
ほら来いよ。俺の番だな。
Yeah! Get destroyed! I see all ranked up.
一つ上の男。まだ成長できるとはな。
Just like that, what do you think? I think we lost to an amateur. Listen up. We're getting back to basics first. We're going to run. Yes, Sensei. Give me the wood. I just want your wood. Take however many you want. Alright, got the wood now to find some nails. Bro, you know when you perfectly tuck yourself in blankets and become a burrito? I was so crazy, then someone made me get up. Beagles, my friend. Beagles. And now I'm supposed to my hands are free to type so high. I like. How dare you! Nice. Pocketing Watchman. What, that didn't kill him? Watch an old burrito up and crazy. Dun 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 dun. I thought you were gonna say like because you're someone from work had said something. Dun 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 dun. Going on a trip. Now there's a lunch break. Fair enough. Fair enough. Little shit took my stuff. Crap. Keep her going. What the fuck?
俺の番ね。
ほら来いよ。
とっておき。
君雑魚じゃね
やってみろ。よし、いくぞ。見せてやるよ。
君とっておき見せちゃうよ。
俺の番か。やめんなよ。俺の番だな。どうするかね。
The fuck out of here! Hmm.
わかんぞこら。放射しねえぞ。よし、行くぞ。
I'm guessing I haven't unlocked the auto fight yet. I'm gonna go ahead and guess.
ほら来いよ。俺の番か。してみろ。
おい来た。
Where are we? Down this way. More enemies as well. God dang. Spawning like flies, bro.
わかんぞこら。
俺の番ね。
やんのか。俺の番だな。どうするかね。これで。
おい来た。
よし、行くぞ。
Hell yeah. What do you want from me? Come on, man. We just need a tiny bit of money from your allowance. Well, so we're gonna get the nails from. I can get some nails. Those will work. The hell? What are you looking at, old man? You got something to say?
Yeah.
Nah, I got nothing. Just thought I'd see if I could take some of those nails off your hands. Huh? You fucking talking about? Come on, guys. Let's kill this clown.
邪魔すんじゃねえよ。
手加減しねえぜ。
俺の番ね。見てろよ。
ほら来いよ。俺の番だな。とっておきだ。やんのか。俺の番か。やってやる。
Nice.
おい来た。
やってみろ。よし、行くぞ。どうするかね。これだ。よし。俺の番だな。
The fuck out of here. 3k money. Shit. So, want to try that again? No thanks, fair enough. We're sorry. Let's take the nails out of the bat. Thanks so much for saving me though. How can I repay you? Don't worry about it, this is all I need. Alright, got the nails. Got a damn right. Okay. Got wood nails now to meet Junai San for Skakari River Streets. Dun 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 dun. Over here and then left. More enemies. More enemies.
何か言いたいこと。どうしようかね。
よし、行くぞ。やんのか。俺の番か。100万年早く。
Ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum.
してみろ。
ほら
俺の番だな。
かかってこい。どうするかね。
The fuck out of here.
強くなった気がするぜ。
Too fast. Good to see you. Good to see you too, fam. What you got, bro? Friday Night CD single Friday Night, a song that was popular in the disco scene because you never feel alone when it plays. Oh, it's the Friday Night song from Yakuza 0, isn't it? I remember seeing a meme about that. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I was kind of hoping for a weapon, actually. It's alright, don't worry about them. Hey, email. I'm alright, how you doing today, fam? I'm just doing side content at the moment, fam. I'm not doing anything too important. By the way. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. You're tired, gonna be on a nifty day. Fair enough, fam. I respect it.
Oh.
Yeah, the wooden nails you asked for. You have to pull the nails out though. What do you mean pull them out? Huh? You got wooden nails like that? Well, you said you didn't have any money, so. Is this what it means? Put it into something.
Oh?
Oh, nothing. You just really thought outside the box is all. Yeah, it's no big deal. Anyway, let's build the bookshelf. But it was meant to be good, but turned to shit. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. Everyone's a bit like that. Don't put so much force into it. The board split. No sweat. There's plenty of them. His fingers are bruised. It's done. I'd say we got ourselves a bookshelf. Well, that's the hard part done. Now you gotta do is give it to him. You really think he'd be happy with a bookshelf made of an old bum like me? He might just throw it out in the end. Look, you've come this fast. Why go to cold feet now? Orange's not gonna change anything. There he is. There he is.
Oh.
Got a new vacuum cleaner at least. Does it suck? Hopefully well. What's wrong, mister? Are you okay?
Oh.
Who are you?
Oh.
My name's Casca. Don't worry about me. The old man's got something to tell you.
Huh?
Me? I heard it was your birthday, so I built a bookshelf for you. Told me you like books, remember? I hope you like it. Thank you. Remember that I like to read. It's incredible. I'll cherish it forever. Really? Well, if you're happy, then I'd say it was worth the effort. How you liking this so far, Purge? It's good, fam. It's good. I think I'm too early on to really know, obviously, like, how good it is yet, I think. Too early to judge. I'm in a pretty good mood, so why don't we go get some grub? Sure about that?
Oh.
Yeah, of course. Let's see. How's Oseki Road sound? Sounds good to me. I'll get ready. Why don't you go on ahead? At least you're enjoying it. Yeah. Sure thing. It's a long sub story, this one. Oh, is this in an area that we haven't been to yet? Is that what's happening? Alright, there it is there. Hang on, fuck that. Let's go heal real quick. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
そういやよ、お前の背中大層な入れ墨。
ジロジロ見ないでいた。
俺の番ね。
なめんなよ。
ビビってんの？君雑じゃね
俺の番だな。
ビビってんの？
どうするかね。してみろ。おい来た。行くぞ。
Got your ass, boy. Who do you think you are? Who am I? Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Oh yeah. Straight ahead, hey? Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-do. Here we go.
Oh?
Hey, wait. This is the bookshelf we gave the Shotokan.
Oh!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Jessica. That's... Oh.
Oh.
Ah. The bookshelf we made. Well, had a feeling this might happen. I'm just an old bum after all.
Yeah.
Got no clue why they held that message note. I'm looking for it, but there's nothing in there. To them, we're just smelly, dirty, good-for-nothings, capable of lashing out or doing something crazy at the moment's notice. Hey, that's not. A bookshelf from someone like me belongs in the trash. I think it had a stroke. Might have. My auto mod's on its lowest setting as well, so it must be something in there that like bots have been saying that recently. Or something weird like that. Just like a few words in there. Should probably go check on him. God damn, dude, we ran halfway across the map for this? When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. You keep streaming forever, Minx. Forever. Forever. That's amore. Forever, forever. And until I run out of V? You put it on the throne, you'll never run out. And drink of them safely. Of those little cans, easily a 6-pack. Easily a 6-pack of those bad boys. That's amore. Yeah, no, they're not that crazy. The small cans. Some of them are. The Red Bulls and the small cans are strong as fuck though. But like the V's aren't too bad. They don't have like an insane amount of caffeine. You'd probably consume around 6 cans of V a day. Not like, probably not 6, probably like 3 or 4. You shouldn't drink 6 of them though. I will warn you that. You could safely, definitely drink 6 of them, but I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, I think I've drank 10 in a day before. At most, probably. I didn't crash. Hey, there he is.
Nah.
It's not that much caffeine. So I won't die. You're not going to die now if you drink 6. How many have you had? Hey, buddy, cheer up. I know it's hard and all, but... Oh, Kasuga-san. Mr. Shota-kun. Hey, you with the throw. Give me back my bookshelf. Huh? Give it back. Don't you throw it away? Well, actually, it wasn't me. It was... Shota, what are you doing? Only 2 days so far, plus my pre-work. Yeah, that's fine. Those small cans, like, it's just a big one. They say, like those big cans, I used to drink 3 of those a day. I'm pretty sure the version you're drinking has less caffeine than the standard V, I think, which isn't too bad. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I want, like, 4 because it's so delicious. You'd be fun with 4. Because it's just all you got to think about is those big cans. I used to drink 2 to 3 of those a day, those big ones. On my busy day, I drink 3 of them easily, and if I don't have my juice on me, you'd be fine. It wouldn't hurt you. I would. What? Why do you want to drink 4 though? You're like, just because it tastes good. But you'd be fine because of how much Pepsi Max you've drank over the years too. You'd have really good like caffeine. Like, what do you call it? Fucking. Brain, not work. It's not junk, it's my bookshelf. That was just something I gave to Shota-kun. They're yummy. No, I first saw Shoti talking to some bum. Well, he's going to accept charity. What are you going to do when they get rid of the flavor? That's the question. Some charity wash up burnouts like you. Now let's go, Shota. You and me are going to have a serious talk when we get home. Okay. Cry? I was about to say... Those flavors only last around 6 months at most. Caffeine resistance. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, caffeine resistance. Stay away from my son, you can hear me. Nah. Hey, give the guy a break, you just thought it'd be nice to. And who are you? One of these bum's grimy little friends. I swear you're like cockroaches. Just hear me out. I just wanted to make sure you're happy. As I believe you, you're probably just ripping my son into your latest scam. It's not like that at all. Don't bother trying to explain. I don't want to resort to violence, but this is a protect Shota. I'll make sure you're friend and never come near my son again. Great. We're really past talking already. Have it your way. It doesn't say limited edition, so I have hope. Okay, Leckies. Alright, thanks. Have fun, fam. Forever. Oh, fuck out of here. Rank up! Yeah! What's this all about? I just want to protect Shota. You mail it out yet? Oh, here we go.
翔太が誕生日だったと知っておっさんがあげたんだ。ただの善意だよ。誕生日？あんた自分の子供の誕生日も忘れちまってたのかよ。それでよくおっさんを責められるな。
違うんだよ。お父さん、お母さんがいなくなってからすごいお仕事頑張ってて。だから忘れちゃうのも仕方なくて。
いや、どんな理由があれど、子供の誕生日を忘れるような親は親失格だ。
お父さん。
お父さん。
お母さんを病気で失って以来、お前に不自由をさせないために必死になって働いてきた。全てはお前のためだと思って。だが、それは間違っていたのかもしれない。
わしとあんたは似ているかもしれんな。
え？
実はわしもこうなる前は家庭を持っていてな。翔太君みたいな 可愛い息子もいたんじゃ。わしは貧乏な家で育って苦労してな。だから自分の子供にはそんな思いをさせまいと朝から晩まで働いたんじゃ。家庭も顧みずにな。そして家族に愛想を尽かされ、結果このざまじゃ。本当に大切なものを見誤ってしまったんじゃな。人生には失敗がつきものじゃ。だが取り返せる失敗と取り返せない失敗がある。あんたはわしとは違う。まだチャンスがあるんじゃないのか。
チャンスか。
お父さん、その本棚いいの？
何がおかしい？本を買うんだから本棚は必要だろ。よく見たら悪くない本棚だ。
お父さん。
Sacrifice stone. God damn.
これは迷惑料だ。
God damn.
取っておいてくれ。さっきはすまなかった。かけてみるとするよ。あんたの言うチャンスとやらにね。
いい本を選んでやってくれ。
もちろんだ。
おじさんたち、どうもありがとう。本棚、僕一生大切にするからね。
ああ、お父さんと仲良くな。
うん、それじゃ
あ。よかったな。ああ、前にホームレスのプレゼントなんか誰も喜ばねえとか言ってたけどよ。ありゃ間違いだぜ。
I've reached home. I'm
おっ
glad
さん
Sam.
が渡したものは汚くも臭くもねえ。愛のこもった最高のプレゼントだよ。
There's the end of the 6th sub-story in the game. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. To be fair, I should actually be doing these off-stream. But here we are. Doing them on stream anyway. Dun, 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 dun. But it's good for XP, to be fair. The dungeons do get pretty brutal. I think the first major one's about to come up as well. Hey guys! There is a fun thing where we are anyway. Fuck out of here.
頭かち割るぞ。かかってこい。おい来た。してみろ。やってみろ。俺の番だな。どうする。
Yeah. Fuck no. Run then.
我要上了。なめんなよ。よし、行くぞ。过来。
見せてやるよ。
Holy shit, dude.
してみろ。見てろよ。俺のもんか。やってやろう。
Oh, I reckon we're gonna lose this. Yeah. Get the fuck out of there. There's no escape? Oh shit. It's over. Yep, I deserve to die there. Guess we can't enter that new area yet by the looks of it. Oh no, right here.
Ah, よく寝たわ。よくわからん昔の映画に心地いい低音。そして絶妙なシートの硬さに暗い空間。睡眠不足解消にはもってこいだね。
だな。大学の授業休校になったらまた来るわ。映画の内容は全然覚えてないけど。
あ、それは俺も。
名画さ。つことは昔の映画を上映してる映画館か。は
あ、うちは安眠施設じゃないってのに失礼しちゃうよ、ほんと。名作なのにな。あ、お兄さん、よければ映画見ていきませんか。時代を彩った数々の名作映画を上映していますよ。
え？ああ。いや、暗い中で小難しい映画とか見てると俺も眠くなっちまうんだよな。そうなったらなんか申し訳ないっつうか。
大丈夫ですよ。古い映画イコール難しい映画ということはありません。 SF や恋愛、サスペンスなど馴染みやすいジャンルの映画だって数多くあるんです。最新の映画に負けずとも劣らないくらいの迫力や手に汗握るシーンの数々がたくさんあります。へえ。 CG がない時代の映画なんて本当にセットを大爆発させたりしているので迫力の質も違うんです。それが逆に新鮮っていうか、そんな感覚がきっとあなたを成長させてくれますよ。
ああ、そういうもんか。それにしてもあんた本当に映画が好きなんだな。目がキラキラしてるぜ。
まあ仮にも名画座の支配人ですからね。今この多様化した時代を生きる人たちに昔の名作映画に触れてもらって少しでも感動を与えられたらと思うんです。忘れられた名作ってちょっと寂しいじゃないですか。エンターテインメントである以上仕方ないことかもしれませんが、時々はそんな映画を思い出してもらいたいんです。
なるほど。それでこの名画座ってわけか。
はい。この海猫座は老若男女それぞれが感動を体験できる場であってほしいんです。
まあ中には眠ってしまわれる人もいますがそうだ、せっかくの機会ですし、ぜひお客さんも見ていってくださいよ。初めてのようですし、初回はサービスしちゃいますよ。
え、いいのか？
ええ、まずは海猫座の良さを知っていただきたいんです。
それじゃあせっかくだし見ていこうかな。
かしこまりました。それではご案内いたします。
So I think I remember this one. It's like a mini game when you fall asleep, I think.
これから上映するのはロボットコックというクッキング系アクション映画の金字塔なんですよ。何度見てもいいんですよね。
へえ。ってあんたも一緒に見るのかよ。
当たり前じゃないですか。好きな時に好きな作品を見られるのが支配人の特権なんですから。
あ、そう。
This guy's built this place so he can sit around watching his favorite movies all day. Still, I guess that's pretty cool.
さあ始まりますよ。上映中の居眠りなんてもってのほかですからね。
It's true, that'd be pretty sick to
素
start
晴
your
ら
own
し
movie
い
theater
映
just
画
so
を
you could
制
watch
作
what
し
you
てくれた
liked.
方々に敬意を払わないといけません。私から言わせてもらえば瞬きすらももったいないですよ。
I do remember this being quite difficult.
おう。うん。やべえ。とは言いつつこの空間妙に居心地が良くてなんだか眠たくなってきちまった。だがせっかくの支配人の行為を無下にするわけにもいかねえ。寝ちゃ。
Alright, here we go.
私には記憶はない。何のために生まれたのか、家族も友も愛する者もわからない。だがこれだけははっきりとわかる。
I live to cook.
私は料理のために生きるのだ。
The sheep. God, they're so creepy, dude.
なんか急に眠気が。
Okay. Jesus. I'm gonna rage at this for sure, by the way. Just let everybody know real quick. No! Shit. I hit the chicken by accident.
寝ちまうかと思ったぜ。よし、寝ずにいられたな。
必殺両ギャラクシーエクストリームフランベ。
Extreme Flambe! An exciting scene, but him using the same technique over and over is gonna put me to sleep.
やっぱ映画館って眠くなる。
Oh
面白かったな。
Yeah. No galaxies giving Neo Armstrong cyclone jet Armstrong cannon.
ようやくラストシーンだな。
Yeah.
この味、温かい母さんの味。思い出したぞ。この隠し味は塩だ。母さんの秘伝のレシピ、しかと受け継いだ。これからも俺は料理に生きる。
面白かったな。
Nice. We got one chicken. We got an A level. Nice. Leveled up as well.
ふう、なんとか眠らずに見ることができたな。しかしいい映画だった。映画の良し悪しに古いも新しいもないんだな。この名画座がなければこの先もずっと見ることはなかったんだろうな。多様化した時代を生きる人たちに昔の映画を通じて感動を与えたいか。他にも映画やってるみたいだし、これからもまた時間を作って来てみるとするか。今日はありがとうな、支配人。
He's asleep. Forgot about that.
ってお前が寝るんかい。
Bum ba dun dun dun. But that's one of the mini games. We have to survive all 10 of them. It's pretty hard, I think. But yeah, we have to do that at some point. Alright, let's go do this mission. That's pretty much all the side content for now that I can access. These ones over here I can't get to just yet. And really, I shouldn't be mucking around too much because of how weak I currently am. Alright, I lost half my money. I was like, where the fuck did all my money go? Alright, let's get order the recommended.
いただきます。
いただきます。
ごちそうさまです。
ありがとうございました。
Yeah. To the mission we go. How'd it go for you guys? I'm fucked. Another day of no work. Same here, damn it. Must have might have taken the cake, but a lot of these people are pretty rough around the edges. What do you expect? Finding work isn't easy these days. Well, don't get let it get to you. Just gotta be patient. Wait, isn't that a Dachi? You're right. It's Adachi. Friends of yours? Can't say I remember them. Don't. You've ruined our lives, did I? They gotta arrest you at some point or another. You're not allowed to forget the Yokohama Pink Panthers. Top burglary ring. Oh yeah, that's right. That takes me back. How long ago was since I busted you guys? 20 years? We've got criminal records now, asshole. And now we can't even work. You gotta take responsibility for that? Hey, it's not Dutch's fault you guys got busted. You a cop, bro? Nah, just here to find some work.
Oh.
Come on, man. Let's leave these guys, dude, and get out of here.
Oi.
Hold on, Adachi. Why are you looking for work? Because I lost my job in the station, obviously. If you quit, that means you can't arrest us anymore. No matter how many times we hit you. Everyone just wants to fight in Yakuza, bro. What is this shit? You been on the revenge? Why not put your into a job hunt? Shut the hell up. We'll beat the shit out of the three of you.
Yeah. I can answer. Top
Oh yeah. Damn you, we'll get you back for this. Don't you forget us this time. Talk about taking it personally. You arrested so many people you don't even remember what they look like, Adachi-san? It's all ancient history now, but I didn't have to deal with shit like this while I wore a badge. What if it's going to be the new norm? For real? I don't want to be here near you. Let them come. I'll take it one of these minutes they can throw at me. Well, hello, work, wait. Sorry guys, I'm not feeling 100% still. I didn't really have enough caffeine today, I think. Maybe I'll buy a drink.
Oh?
Bronze plate, eh? Next, number 68.
Hi.
Hi. The name's Ichiban Kasuga. 42 years old. I'm strong. I've got a home and I need a job. Help a guy out. All night. Turn it down. Alright, turn it down. No need for theatrics. Huh? What, you the janitor?
No.
Alright, aren't you the homeless guy sent over to the bar for a side gig? So you got a roof over your head now, huh?
Arigato.
Thanks for your job. Helped us get. Glad to hear it. So, way on that side now. What do you mean? This is my job. Director? You're the director of this place? Director. Think you can find us some work for us? Oh, you made some friends. Yeah, my party's got 3 people for it now. Party, huh? Play games, Kasuga-kun. Yeah, I'm a big Dragon Quest fan. Dragon Quest, that's a good one. I play it myself. Anyway, let's see what the job's over for Hiro and his retinue here. We're in your debts, good sir. That said, I just warn you, I made an exception last time. I was trying to see if a couple of homeless guys could stand on their own feet. Now we're doing this legitimately. I have to follow the rules.
Oh?
What rules? The golden rule. I can only assign you jobs that you're qualified for. Even in Dragon Quest, some jobs are locked until the character reaches a certain level of skill, right? Think of it like that, just like a big RPG when you gotta get down to it. Sure, so what did our current experience level let us change to? An ex-going, a bum, and a fired cop. Here's the best thing to do for you right now. A special bathhouse.
Oh.
So, a soap land. Hold on, maybe that's the best we can do with this, but I've got years of service and lean on. According to your documentation, you've never been married. What's that to do with anything? You're telling me you've gotten this long as lonely single man without resorting to paying for it. That seems right up your alley. How dare you? I mean, it's not like it's illegal. Anyway, what you boys need to just build up some work history. And don't these bathhouse gigs going to be a walk in the park. The owner there is a little eccentric and totally up to him if he takes you on the good. Good luck.
Yo.
Okay, let's nail this interview. Oh yeah. You need Nurse Nord to come and make you feel worse? Bruh. Dun 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 dun. Nice. The other guy must have fleet. Start the fight. Who's that Sujima? Jeez, the hell's up with this guy?
変質者だな。この町はこういうイカれたやつもたくさんいるんだよ。
やるぞ。
ああ。
放射しねえぞ。行くぞい。かかってこんか。
やってやるぞ。
おい来いよ。これじゃ。そうや。俺の番だな。どうする。行くぞい。やる気でねえ。俺の番ね。やるかよ。次は。よし、行くぞ。これじゃ。まったく何が楽しいんだこいつは。どんだけどん底の町なんだよここは。
まあ時期になれるさ。
こんなのに慣れたかねえよ。
ほうほう、こいつは珍しい。あ？やはりこれは俺の図鑑には登録されていない種類だ。登録。学名は何にするか。コウモリ男とかでも悪くないが。
おい、何してんだ？
ああ、すまん。この辺でなかなか見ない輩だったからな。つい夢中になっちまったよ。
おっさん、何者だ？
俺はドクター森笠、スジモン博士と呼ばれてる。
スジモン博士？なんだそりゃ。
気になるか。なら近くに俺の研究施設がある。そこで話そう。貴重なスジモンのデータ入手に協力してくれた礼にお茶菓子でも振る舞わせてもらおう。お茶菓子だってよ。行ってみようぜ。
だけどよ、この博士めちゃくちゃ怪しいぜ。
食えるもんは食える時に食わねえとこの町では生きていけねえぞ。ただより安いものはねえんだ。ほら行くぞ。
分かったよ。
ここが俺の事務所。通称スジモンセンターだ。
ただの雑居ビルの一室じゃねえか。
さてスジモンについて聞きたいんだったな。説明してやろう。スジモンとはその筋のものという意味だ。筋のもの、スジモン、スジモン。ああ、まあ要は危険な人間のことだな。俺は下手に絡んだらボコボコにされるような危険な人間をスジモンと呼んでる。なんだか語呂もいいしな。
で、あんたなんでそのスジモンのデータを集めてんだ？
それはこの世界の平和のためだ。
平和？
この世界、特にこの偉人町は危険な人間が山ほどいる。チンピラから変質者まで山ほどな。だが実際にどんな種類の危険な人間が何種類この世の中に存在するのか、お前らは答えられるか？
ああ、そう言われると答えらんねえな。
だろう？多くの人が危険な人間がどんなタイプの見た目で何種類いるか具体的に答えられない。そしてそれがわからないがゆえに、今も誰かが危険な人間に近寄り危険な目に遭っているんだ。だから俺は危険な人間がどんなやつで何種類いるか正確にデータとしてまとめ上げることで、一般人が危険に巻き込まれる機会を減らしたいと思ってる。
なるほどな。おっさん、うさんくさい割にはいいこと考えてんじゃねえか。だがなんでそんなことを始めたんだ？
まあ過去にいろいろあってな。俺はとにかく平和な世の中を作りたいんだよ。その気持ちに嘘はねえ。
データの収集はどれくらい進んでるんだ？
それがな、データを収集するために危険人物に近づくと俺が喧嘩に巻き込まれてしまうという最大の問題があってな、なかなか進んでいないんだ。
まあそりゃそうだな。は
あ、困ったぜ。どこかにすぐに危険に巻き込まれそうで、なおかつ巻き込まれてもまあ大丈夫そうな屈強で気さくなやつがいればいいんだが。
そういうやつが見つかるといいな。じゃ俺らはこれで。
おいちょっと待ってくれ。
なんだ？まさか俺たちに筋モンのデータを集めろとか言うんじゃ。
勘がいいやつは嫌いじゃないぜ。別に無理に戦えとは言わない。戦うことになってしまった時に情報を登録してくれるだけでいいんだ。どうせお前らみたいな連中は何も意識しなくても悪い奴らと頻繁に戦ってるんだろう。ならついでに協力してくれても罰は当たらないんじゃねえか。
とは言ってもな。
頼む。筋モン図鑑の完成が一般の人たちの平和につながる。完成の暁にはお礼も出させてもらう。どうだ、お願いできねえか？
お礼だってよ。やってやるよ。一番。
俺に押し付けるなよ。分かったよ。確かに誰かのためになるってんならこっちに損はなさそうだしな。
ありがとう、恩に切る。よろしく頼むぞ、春日さん。
で、登録ってのはどうやってやりゃいいんだ？
ああ、簡単だよ。まずは俺の作ったアプリを入れてやろう。
Sujidex app has been installed.
さて、あとは筋モンの登録の仕方だが、百聞は一見にしかずとも言うし。ああ、出てこいや。
なんだこいつら？
登録の仕方を教えるために俺が用意した助手たちだ。さあ、どの色がいい？赤か青か緑か。
ああ、よくわからねえが、そうだな。じゃあ赤で。
赤だな。わかった。よし、お前らは赤のサポートに回れ。さて、じゃあ登録の仕方を教えるか。
え？もしかしてこいつらと戦えってのか？
そうだ、そのアプリは敵を倒すと自動的に登録されるようになっている。こいつらを倒して図鑑に登録してみせろ。
むちゃくちゃだな。
さあ行け。登録の仕方を体に叩き込んでやるんだ。
Gentlemen, I choose you.
やってやるぜ。おい、来た。
か。
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
どうするかね。
ほら。おい来た。俺の番だな。
Oh, run.
まだ成長できるとはな。
Cool. That went well. I think. So Pokemon seem so stupid.
見事だ。お前らを選んだ俺の目に悔いはなかった。その実力ならきっと危険人物を山ほど登録できるはずだ。
そいつはどうも。で、これで登録されるのか。
まあ、ほら、アプリを開いて見てみろ。
Do we need to collect all of these for a trophy? Do I see Sujimon in the trophy list for this? Am I tripping? I hope I'm tripping. Yeah, I can't see it. That's okay. I think we're safe. A lot of enemies. 252. God damn. Oh, he counts? This guy counts as a creep? And obviously the PR. Yeah, that's fair.
こんな感じでいろいろな筋モンを倒してデータを集めてくれ。集めた数により報酬は用意させてもらう。ある程度集まったらこちらからメールするから報酬を取りに来てくれ。
なんだか面倒なことに巻き込まれちまった。
Let's get out of here.
まあ、
それ
So stupid, dude. Let's get the fuck out of here. So fucking stupid, dude. Fucking Pokemon, bro. Cool. Sopolando. Is there a fight in here? I feel like there was last time. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-da-da-da.
あ、水木さん、終了時間過ぎてるけど。うん。さっさと清掃して売り上げの生産よろしくね。はい、フロント。お湯の出が悪い？お客さん変わるたびに風呂のお湯入れ替えないで使ってよ。え？汚い？入浴剤とかでごまかしてよ。うん、洗面台の奥にあるやつ。はい。はい、乙姫ランドでございます。なんだ、菜の葉ちゃん。ん？ああ、そう。休むってこと？で、君確か先々週も生理だったよね。そんなに休まれちゃ困るんだよ。一度病院行って検査を受けてお薬でももらってくれば。生理不順なのか何なのか知らないけど、そんなに休んでたら親父さんの施設代払えなくなっちゃうんじゃないの？早く死んでくれれば楽なんだろうけど、まだまだ生きてそうなんでしょ？ん？泣いてんの？やめてよ。うちは人生相談所じゃないんだからさ。はい、じゃあまた。あ、体調良くなったらすぐ出勤してよ。はい、じゃあ。はあ、たくやってらんないね、最近の子は。はいはい、求人の方ね。お待たせしましたね。
ダメだ。悪いが俺ここじゃ働けねえわ。
同感だな。胸くそ悪すぎる。お前もそうだろ？
ん？なんだ、あんたら喧嘩売るためにやってきたのか？ハロワの親父からはなんとか雇ってもらえないかって言われてたんだな。 何でもやる根性のある連中だからってさ。
あのおっさんが何でもやるって言ったってこっちにも選ぶ権利はある。まああの神戸って所長には申し訳ないがやめとこう。世の中他にも仕事はたくさんある。行こうぜ春日。
Flashback time?
おい一番何やってんだ。早く行こうぜ。さっきの電話聞いてただろう。俺もいろんな風俗店にガサで入ったり客として通ったりしてきたがこいつはクズ中のクズだ。
なんだ暴力か。ケツ持ち呼ぶぞケツ持ち。うちのケツ持ちは清流会だ。泣く子も黙る横浜清流会だ。それでもいいのか。
ここは清流会の島だったか。厄介なことになりそうだな。おい春日さっさとずらがるぞ。おい
なんだお前本当に清流会呼ぶぞ。それでもいいの。
働かせてくださいや店長。
何言ってんだお前。
見た感じ店員さんが誰もいなくてお困りなんでしょ。こう見えても俺16年くらいこの業界にいたんでね、何でもやりますよ。なんなら街でキャストのスカウトもやります。どうでしょう。
とは言っても他の方たちが。
These guys are back again. What's that sound? Group of pests called Bleach Japan. Can't believe they're already back. The same guys the other day? We were demonstrating in front of the shop for a few days in a row like clockwork. It's a pain in the ass. Seriously targeting you for these protests? We're the last place in the area that opened about being a bathhouse. The others all rebranded as men's salons or bubble massages. That makes it harder for Bleach Japan to build a case against them. So they come after us since we're still open about our soap lane. I think if they can close it down in Shockwave and clean out the rest of the area. Am I lucky or what?
No.
And the accusers won't protect you? I tried complaining to Sorry Clan once. They had some lame excuse and they showed up after everything had quietened down. Besides, Bleach's Japan ranks are all filled with the types who read up on anti-Yakuza laws for the fun of it. Those kinds of people are tough for even the Yakuza to deal with. That's the Yakuza for you. So if I can't go to the Yakuza, I can't go to the police. Who do I turn to? Even my employees are quitting to avoid being harassed. I'm at the end of my rope over here. So why are you understaffed? But basically, you're saying as long as the girls stick around, you can still run your business. That said, between Bleach Japan and the way you treat them, I wouldn't count on sticking them around either. You get it all. Girls who come here to work already have their backs against the wall. The girls who work here are all Japanese, but they're in the same situation as the immigrant who came to get away from them, whatever it may be. Losing a job like this may as well be deportation. They've got no one to go back to or rely on. I always figured it was money that brought girls to this kind of work. Of course, a lot of people who come tempted to the side of things, but because it was something lucrative. But those are the types who think they'll strike it rich without doing any real work. As soon as they take a turn for the worse, they run for the hills. That's why I only hire women so far alleged they can afford to take another step back. Women like that work their lives depend on it, and that's what keeps my business stable.
Boy.
Stable, my ass. You're just taking advantage of women in their lowest. You're the scum of the earth. Say what you will, but lust weighs on the soul just as heavy as hunger, if not more so. Except with lust, you can't just don't know that word actually at your local deli. You have to hold it until you find out. As long as the women are willing, you are on the menu. That's the world we live in.
Nah.
Whatever. If we drive that guy off, will you hire us or not?
Boy.
Casca, after everything this slumbo just said, you still want to work here? I certainly don't. This guy's nothing like I won't carry. The world would be better off with Bleach for taking him down. Shut up. It's work and I can't afford to turn that down. I'll take your job. I'll get it done right. You gonna hire us or not? Fine. Dun, dun, dun. Prostitution is legal in Japan, yet the situation is flaunting it in its broad daylight. Hey, brother. Looking hard as ever, huh? You guys from the other day, why are you here? Oh, stay wearing, please. Please, huh? My friends, the accomplices of criminals, the purveyors of prostitution have made themselves known. I'm sorry, criminals, if that was the case, why aren't we getting arrested? Because soaplands are dodging the laws by registering themselves as public bathhouses. My friends, this is what we call a grey zone. The dark stains of Japan. Let's turn the grey to white. We must bleach it out. What about you? Do you think you're some kind of pure and clean soul yourself? Don't commit a single crime? Of course I obey the law. That's the obligation of every righteous citizen. So you've never seen, like, Whiz Outside, it's technically a crime, you know? Yeah. Never once, not in my life. Seriously, what about speeding? Nope, not a single time. You liar, it's illegal to go even 1 kilometer over the limit. You have that, done that. Afraid not. If you doubt me, then prove it. Prove I'm committed those crimes. Okay, how about what you're doing right now? These people blocking the road, you gotta do some kind of crime, doesn't it? Haha, you're so ignorant, it's funny. We have permits from Kanagawa police for this demonstration. A permit to march on a public road. Do you get it now? The police have magnanimous enough to let us use this road for our cars. But where you're standing now is technically the road. That's the soapland. I just got a little overzealous. Also, it says there that there's only supposed to be 10 of you. I'm no mathematician, but this looks like more than that. We just got more support than usual today. That's the nature of protests. The number of people can fluctuate until the day off. If you don't like it, file a police report. But I wouldn't get your hopes up about coming out of the headquarters. Difference between 10 or 15 people isn't worth their time and certainly not causing any trouble. You're on the right track, Kasuko. In that case, I got a warning for you. The legal definition of march means you're not allowed to stop moving. If you stop and start giving speeches, that's obstructing traffic. You're right to use the road predicted on performing a march. So the fact that you stopped here is pretty clear violation. That's technically the rule. Every protest stops to give speeches, and the police are fine with that. You know what you call that? A grey zone. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. That's cold. Relying on a grey zone and criticize a grey zone, man. That's irony. My friends, let's keep going. We're marching. Titian's got to go. No more. Watch it. Where you going? Your trip. Let's see. First we have Ichiban Kasaga 42. Address. Oh, isn't that the one Homoko runs? Yeah, we're living on the second floor. No Hakupoing-san. Bit from years ago. Anyway, next is Yu Nanaba 41. Yu Nanaba? You mean Nanaba was the real name the whole time? After the whole speech you gave about homeless people using fake names? Shut up. You believed it was fake, and that's what's important. You're just gullible. Okay. And the last guy is Kazuchi Itachi, who's, age 59. Yeah, I only had 2 months to go until I hit retirement, but Kanagawa police let me go a few days ago. Huh? That's all? What's all? Yeah. I mean, we're all walking free of red flags, aren't we? Bum, excuse and couple of dishonorable discharge. What of it? If I was worried about that stuff, I'd never find anyone to work for me. Besides, I just happen to have the perfect job for you three. No. That is, I hope you're not going to make us clean the baths to kick things off. Nah, I only get that done every 6 months. What I'm really after is her. Her name is Nanohana. She's been on my top burner for 5 years straight. That's the girl called to take the day off and you blew up at her, right? Yeah, that's right. She's your top burner, huh? Yeah, you weren't kidding about these girls being on the, never mind. I told you, if all you got for you is cute and young, you'll never last. Of course, Oakland's appeal is service and love, it's emotional depth, and that's what makes a repeat customer emotions, huh? I guess I could see that. Men are lonely creatures when it comes down to it. Even guys who put the toughest fronts up need a place to be who they really are. And the depth of a woman's abilities to give them that is usually proportional to her own baggage. Nanohana's father is of an age where he can't even move on his own anymore, so he quit her job at a big firm and fell into the world to afford him the best of care. Skipping all the stuff between a white-collar job and prostitution is a pretty brave leap. That's why she's good at it. Gives it everything she has, and no matter what the customer is, all for the sake of her father. But that being said, she's recently started finding reasons to take days off. This never used to be the case, though. Between Bleach Japan and taking days off, sales are really slumping. That's why I need a hand. A hand, like on a customer's art. Listen, no, you idiot. I want you to look into why she's taken time off. Didn't she say herself it was because of irregular period? Face value knowing her. There aren't a lot of reasons why someone needs money and starts taking a lot of time off. Your side piece. You know the industry, don't you? The class. It means she's been meeting someone without going through the store. Normally, customer pays the service and that money gets divided up between the girl and the shop. But if they meet in private, the girl can offer a discount but still come out on top by cutting the shop out. Once they start doing that, the girl starts to wonder why they need the shop in the first place. Of course, all the shops have strict rules against the kind of thing. Even if it's just an innocent thing at first, once they get a taste of the extra cash, it doesn't stop. They'll even start using the shop to lure customers out of their own business. It's a definite offer. So I want you to find out if she's someone on their side.
Nah.
Okay, let's say she is. What do we do if we find the guy? Make sure he wants to... Never wants to go near none again. I don't care what methods you use. You're a nurse and a cop, and I'm sure you freaking come up with something creative. Hold up. Shouldn't be using the Soryu clan for thinking of them like a car insurance. If you use them the wrong way, they increase your premiums. That's fair call. So if it's cheaper, I can solve problems myself. That's a boss to you. Always a trick or two. Okay, you can tell us where Nanohana lives for starters. Actually, it seems she's couch surfing for a while and hasn't gone home in quite some time.
Oi.
How'd have to be find her then? If you keep an eye on the Pocket Cafe, she'll show up. She hangs out there a lot. For the price of a cup of coffee, she can stay for hours and use the free Wi-Fi and charge her phone.
Yeah.
So, I'll hope for the best. Get in and start coming back regularly, and I'll have suitable payment for you. Alright, interesting. Tends to me like the hide us for cheap detectives. He's quite a schemer. He seems sloppy, but he knows his employees both and off the clock. If he's doing it on purpose, he's good. Doesn't mean he's not a scumbag. His bottom lines are all cares about. I don't think so, actually, huh? Maybe it's not true all the time, but yeah, most Soaplands profit off the workers' misfortunes. You mean like their debt and their family issues, their parent, people like that, right? Basically, I'm not cool with the way Nomura talks about people, but he's not sugarcoating anything either. He understands the reality of the business. Well, that's one way of putting it. I grew up surrounded by every kind of sleazebag community could throw in those doors, and I bet this guy's actually got a lot of love for his girls. I'd take him any day over some shithead who doesn't care why his girls get jobs there in the first place. Well, just because I hate shitheads doesn't mean I have to like sleazebags, so let's find proof and get paid. Alright, but we still have to know if she's actually seeing a guy on the side. Let's start this cafe she supposedly goes to. Alright, cool. I think this area is quite brutal, if I remember correctly. I have done this mission. I reckon this might be the last mission I did. I got a funny feeling. Before I stopped on my old account. Oh, nice. Fight on the sidewalk. Oh, true. Number 5. He might actually have 6. That's right. Just go everywhere this is. I'm just going to save. Cool. So guys, I feel bad about this, but I am feeling like absolute pure death, and I've got no clue why. I haven't seemed to recover from fucking 2 to 3 weeks ago when I was deathly ill. I can't seem to get ahead of the game. No pun intended, by the way. I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like fucking shit. And I just can't seem to get a hold of it yet. And I've got to go, I've got a inspection tomorrow, a house inspection from 9 to 12, and I've got to go to my work tomorrow as well. So we are going to call it there, I'm afraid. I'm going to try and eat and pray that helps a little bit. We actually caught someone, actually. Have you been for a checkup? I don't go to the doctors, Cheska. You're going to hate that about me, friend. You're going to hate that about me. I haven't been to the doctors in 6 years. I hate the doctors for passion. So, yeah, we're going to go raid Zorfi, which is actually some really good timing. I'm actually really happy about that because I haven't been able to raid her yet, and she's just chilling right now. So, we'll go show some support there, and yeah. But anyway, I will be back tomorrow, even over the counter. No, I don't usually take too many meds either until I really have to, so they take proper effect. It'll be okay. It'll be alright. I'm with you on my phone, docs, so I hate going to see them all. Yeah, my mum's a nurse, and all my aunties and uncles are like all work in hospitals and stuff. It's, yeah. So, I'm not a big fan either. It's probably a fair reason why I don't like any of it. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. Don't worry. I will be, I'm hitting the ground. I'm going to be hitting the ground running pretty heavily this week to get some grinding done on this game done and catch up on some time that I've had off. But please go show some love and support for Zophie, and I shall see you all tomorrow. Bye bye, guys.